say goodbye. It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now.
take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we
now WALLSTREETBETS, the go call's being made as they straight up. Enough amount of time to try and make it in. Now it's all down to the final 2 men up. Dope. They have all the players.
Stuck in one singular spot, getting the rest on the Xenox. Like, this is the last fight.
I got a lot on the line. Fish with a different approach. While it's been time in the boat.
Glory Gaming, they'll be huge for elimination points. Hello and welcome everybody to day 2 here of the finals for the PUBG Mobile Pro League North American Fall. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and I'm ready to have a great time here today. Of course, we couldn't have a good time without Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PMPL. Hope you guys are keeping up to date with everything, and I hope you're using that hashtag PMPLNA. The more you talk about it, the more you use that hashtag, get that hashtag trending, more people talking about it, good things happen. That's what this is all about. Let's get the show on the road. Let's get it started. Let's go ahead and bring in our amazing guests. Let's bring in Glitter, Explosion, and the 7 Worlds Gaming. How are y'all feeling today?
I'm feeling great, man. Yesterday we had some pop-off performances, some surprises too. I'm ready for today, Glitter. I'm ready to see some surprises again. How are you feeling?
I sure hope that's what we get today. Every single team came ready to play yesterday. We saw comebacks from the bottom of the leaderboard already on day 1, which I was not expecting. And we need to see a little bit more out of some of the squads that we had set a high bar for. So we're going to be keeping our eyes on a lot of different storylines today, Jukes.
I mean, back to back, so many of these different teams. You know what? I think we just don't mess around. You know, it's day 2. It's the final 7. Why don't we just bring up the overall leaderboards? Let's just go take a look, see where everybody's standing so far. The Knights have been putting in work, but hey, there's a lot of people coming from.
Knights doing Knights thing. Okay, I think right now Knights are trying to prove a thing here in NA. And let me tell you, Knights players, I'm all for it. Keep that Twitter action up. Just make sure you start using the hashtag PMPLNA. Now, with Execute, that was a big surprise yesterday. That's what we were talking about. This was a team that had to make up a lot of points because the bonus overall points, the way they worked, you can see 58 points. That's what they started off with. But they started off hot. They got 133 points total. Nova, I feel like Nova was mostly performing only when we played in Sandhawk. And besides that, they were kind of just non-existent in a way. And then we keep going down. Star Gaming, we saw them start off pretty good. The end of the day, though, from Star Gaming was a little bit down. Not what I want to see. And a big surprise for us, Glitter. Dope Esports. A team that was at one point in last place in the last 2 matches. Dope Esports turned up, and now they're in 8th place.
Not only are they in 8th place, but they have 1 elim more from yesterday than the Knights, the best team in the entire league so far. I mean, that's just crazy. We love to see it. Talk about timing. Okay, finals is the moment to really step your game up. So congratulations to Dope Esports. But then when we get onto the second page, obviously Nova's in a solid spot because of those bonus points. Like we said, we were a little bit let down with their performance. But then on this page, we were also let down with some of the performances from the squads on here. I mean, Panthers didn't really do a whole lot when we've seen them have phenomenal performances. Korean Barbecue Lovers are all the way down in 15th place. Not where we would have expected them to be at all, Jukes. And then once again on the flip side, the HITLIST was the other team that was all the way down at the bottom with Dope Esports, and they had some really strong performances as well that put them all the way up into 10th, only 1 point behind APHELION, which means that they're only what, 6 points behind Dope? I mean, that's crazy.
I mean, this whole first day has been crazy. I mean, teams have been doing all kinds of stuff. Some squads didn't go off like we expected, like we were talking about earlier. At the end of the day, though, the goal, Glitter, right, is for that road to Americas. Getting there. That is what we're trying to do. That's what these teams are fighting for. And I'm not going to lie, Glitter. Today, I think, is the day. I think this is by far one of the most important days in this tournament. What do you think?
Right, so we got to talk about this, right? Okay, we keep saying the top 5 go to Americas. That's the next stage in this progressive, competitive scene. And so what we've got right here, you see 158 at the top. That is the projected bubble for top 5 at the end of today, which means those points will be higher by the end of day 3. But right now, if these teams want to either stay within the top 5 or get into the top 5. They need to break that 158 mark, okay? And you can see that Nova is pretty close. I mean, because even if they're only performing in Sandhawk and they do well twice, they had 20-plus point games in Sandhawk. If they do 2 of those, there's your bubble point hit right there, right?
Wow.
Now, moving down the list, it gets a little bit farther and farther away. So we'll have to see if these teams that are in the general vicinity, because this is 3rd through 8th right now, if they're able to maintain that top 5 spot, or if they fall out of it, or if they go into it. It's going to be really interesting, but like you said, after today, where they sit will be a huge indicator for either how they're going to have to play on day 3 or if they'll be safe.
Whew, I mean, just great breakdown, Glitter, especially, talking about how, just 2 games with Nova, just how they've been doing that Sandhawk strategy has been working so well for them. And you look at here again, 65 points from Dope. There's 6 games they're going to be playing today. That's averaging 10-plus points per game. And that's a tough one. But at the end of the day, I mean, heck, the last game, they got 30 points in 1 game. So that's nothing to shake your head about, right, Seven?
Yeah, I mean, with what they showed yesterday, especially at the end of the day, a 4th place finish, 6 eliminations, 1st place finish, 15 eliminations. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, the team showed up. That's something we like to call that wow. Okay, you got our attention. Now what can you do with it? And I think a lot of us are going to be expecting Dope to just continue to show us something here, especially in the first game.
Yeah, you know what? And, we're all looking at teams, but at the end of the day, a lot of these people watching are looking at individual players. We're looking for those superstars here for NA, Glitter, right? So we have a new race for MVP, but at the end of the day, you always know that your boy Coops is always going to be all top. That's the man to beat always, right?
Absolute insanity. That's what people have to be at this point if they want to try and keep up with Coops, because he has been at the top of the individual stats category for multiple categories for multiple seasons. Okay, now this is after yesterday, so these are the numbers from just day 1. Coops was the MVP, as we were talking about at the end of the show, but it's 2 through 5 where things start to get really interesting, Seven, because I mean, no other Knights players up here. You've got an Execute player who had a phenomenal day yesterday. 2 Dope players? What? Come on, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think none of us really expected Dope to do that, and I'm all for it. Okay, now Illusion, Casper, I don't want the APHELION esports effect to happen to you here after that amazing first day that you guys have. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I mean, with APHELION, by the way, Nate, shout out to Nate. That man has been performing. I see you, YouTube and Nate chat. I know you guys like to troll my boy Nate, but he's putting up the numbers. He's doing good. But going back to Dope, I mean, they have to start off good. Those 2 players, they can't slow down in any way, shape, or form. Hopefully the other players also step it up. And with Nate, man, I want to see some more support. We always talk about Trick. We always talk about what he's been able to do. Trick was able to put up at least 7 eliminations. But a player I called out yesterday at the beginning of the show, I'm going to do it again. And it's because of the same reason that I gave out yesterday. Clown, your average survival time is currently at 13 minutes. Your team needs you to at least, in this first game, get 18 minutes alive. Okay, that's all they're asking for. I'm telling you, once they start getting more players towards the end, we might see flashes of APHELION in phase 1. And APHELION, the reason why I'm mentioning this is because APHELION is right there. They could have a great match and jump up really close to top 5.
Oh my goodness, Seven, look at my head. Look at my head, Seven. Look at this, right? This is the way most of these players' heads are looking right now because the pressure's on, okay? Big time. But I'll tell you what, there's always one team that I think that their hand's going to be just like this, and that's the Knights, right? They're on top. They have been performing, crushing it, Yeah, Nova has their heel strat in Sandhawk, but they just say, hey, you know what? Why don't we just get 19 eliminations, So I think it's really important we take a look, just at their performance here for day 1. What do you think?
100%. I want to look at those player stats from Knights. One of the players that I called out yesterday, if you guys remember, was Spec. I'm really intrigued to see how Spec was able to do, and look at that right there. being able to average the second highest eliminations for his team, also being able to output the second highest damage. Like, this is what this team needed. Coops, we mentioned it. Coops is just doing Coops things, all right? Ain't nobody stopping that man unless they stop him up early in the match, and that's really hard to do. Tencent, though, he's been putting up great numbers too. 201 damage with 1 elim. Like, that's great support. Xenox, it's crazy that I'm about to say this, but I know you can do better. Okay, we have seen those numbers and what you were able to do. We know that you guys currently got a chip on your shoulder, and this is a scary night. Like, this is why I'm so excited for this finals. It's been such a long time since we had a team like Knights actually create a rivalry against the likes of Nova Esports. They wanna win this NA PMPL. They wanna get that championship under their bed and be like, hey, that is staying here in the NA. It's not going anywhere else, Hot Jukes.
Let's go. Let's go. That's what I love to hear. And for everybody watching, hey, if we're going to be criticizing the Knights just a little bit, because at the end of the day, these are our shining hope, right? They're our shining hope for our international squad. You know, I mean, it looks like that road to PFGC, that ticket, they may just have it here in the bag. So, of course, we want to see them perform at, full cylinders ahead. Now, Seven, we've talked about the Knights, right? We talked about Dope's insane performance. I don't think it would be fair to talk about those without talking about Execute as well, right? Execute went ham yesterday. I mean, they had some great performances, a couple little, drops here and there, but overall, I mean, I don't think we expected to see this from them, right?
Nobody, okay? Absolutely nobody expected Execute to come out, and at one point, remember what's crazy, at one point they were actually in first place. I was expecting them, and if I remember right, I think we were saying, okay, maybe they'll end up somewhere in the top 5, maybe in that 6th spot, positioning themselves really well for the rest of the finals. This team said, no fam, we're here to play. This is a completely different team. So look at this line graph for this team for the last 5 matches. It is a bit up and down, and that's something that I actually kind of wanted to highlight with Execute, right? They do have pop-up performances. You got a 23, and then you go all the way down to 116, 4, and 13. For this team, a little bit more consistency. If they can keep it there with the 16 and above, I mean, they're going to be super happy. They're going to be positioning themselves even better. Even better. The what?
You're putting a lot of pressure on them for 16 and above?
They can do it. What you mean? They already put up a 23, a 16, a 13. Like, this team is performing so well. The strategies, too, we saw yesterday. Like, they were being patient. They were waiting for their timing. Some of the players are currently popping off. I'm looking at Fate putting up 13 eliminations, Jason putting up 10, Sixless being able to back up everybody else with 5, and then Telly also putting up 7 to his name. Like, this team, the reason why I'm putting such a high bar, I guess you could say, for them is because they have shown us, right? They also got that it factor. They got a chicken dinner yesterday. They got a 2nd place yesterday. Why not just try to maintain the 16 average?
Hey, that hype train rolling there. All right, well, Glitter, I also want to hear what you think, okay? So we saw 7 said 16 average. What would you expect to see, right? What would you want to see a bit of?
I think I'd be happier with like a 13 plus. Give them a little bit more wiggle room, okay? Now, to be fair, Knights came into finals. We got to remember that everybody has the bonus points, okay, right? That they started off with. So Knights and Nova started at the very top because they both were tied at 74. Technically, Execute got more points from their performances yesterday than Knights did. So while it was a little bit of a yo-yo, Execute did average more per game. So I do agree they need to get rid of like those super low single point, those ones they gotta go. But that's 16. I'm going with 13, Jukes.
Jukes. I think so. Glitter, you're saying there's a chance they might get 16. I think that's what I heard.
There is a chance, 100%.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, so crazy. And I heard, I mean, after doing all the math, on average, like 10.12, right? Points per match. That's pretty dang good. That's pretty dang good, a little bit, still a little bit more to get into that 16 range. Let's bring up the schedule so we can see exactly what we're going to be playing here today. And you can see we're starting off in the desert. Starting off in the desert, same thing that we saw last time. We're going to finish off in Arendelle and 2 Sandhawks today, Glitter. Don't you love it?
Always love it. Okay, honestly, Sandhawk actually provided a lot of different teams opportunities to get some points on the board that they might not have gotten on the other maps. I mean, specifically, Nova did really well, and those were kind of their saving graces in those moments, and they clearly have that kind of more balanced Sandhawk strat down because they were doing a much better job of being aggro in the beginning and getting those elims on the board and then healing all the way to second place. Every time they did it, though, they had like 9 elims. So that's a lot of points when you combine those two. That's not bad. Now they just need to figure that strat out on the other maps where some of the other teams were shining.
I love how they hedge their bets, right? Getting some elimination points just in case. But hey, we'll see if that pays off today, if that risk is worth the reward. It's time to get this show on the road to the first match started. Let's take it on over to our casters.
Day number 2, I am pumped for this. Yesterday, we saw just everything, like the playing field just shown out to us. The zones are wild. Teams are stepping up. The point spread is super tight for that top 5. Almost anyone can make it in. Dope Esports coming in from 14th all the way up to 8th, I believe. Definitely in the front page. They actually had the most amount of eliminations of yesterday. They had more eliminations than the Knights. And the Knights actually had a spectacular day. So that just goes to show, like, if Dope could pull that out of nowhere, I think every day we're in for a treat, Span.
Yeah, yesterday was action-packed. Every single match was so entertaining to watch. It's like such good PUBG Mobile that today I'm expecting it to be a continuation of that, right? And, I mean, now that it's getting closer to the end of the amount of matches, I think that that's going to add even more things on the line that'll just make these games sing even more than they have been.
And I have no idea what to expect other than good PUBG Mobile action, right? Because the teams that stepped up, like Execute and a few other teams, they were never like super consistent, right? Teams like that, when they had a really good day, usually it would be followed up with like an okay day or a not so good day. The only team that we've really seen, you know, back-to-back days do really well is Nova and Knights. You know, Nova's currently in kind of a downtrend period, only doing well in Sandhawk matches on day number 1. But it really, you know, begs the question, you know, top 5, besides Knights' secured spot, Nova, anybody in the top 5 could drop out pretty easily if they just have a bad day and some other teams just step their game up.
Yeah, so like all of the points are so close to each other. Honestly, I was really thinking, we were kind of talking about this yesterday, right? We were thinking with the bonus points coming into finals, we really thought that there would be like a bunch of groups, like obvious groups on the leaderboard. Like, okay, these guys are at the top, clearly unreachable, and these guys at the bottom, like, good luck. Like, there's no way they're gonna get any higher. But that's not true at all. Instead, seriously, like, one game goes by, and I'm like, okay, time to relook at the leaderboard, see what happened, because it's different completely every time.
Yeah, the point spread just got tighter and tighter as the games went on. And like I said earlier, if Dope could go from 14th all the way to the front page in one day, and keep in mind, this is Dope that we're talking about. The team that from the league stage got like barely any bonus points, and all of a sudden they're in the tournament to make the top 5. So it's just like, man, I can't describe it any better. Like, I just really want to hop into the first game. But I got a quick question for you, Span.
What's up?
Nova, are they gonna close the gap on the Knights? I feel like that's an easy enough question. Are they going to close the gap? I'm not even going to ask how much or whatever. Do you think they'll close the gap today?
I think they will. And I say that because in all of the events previous, I mean, they're usually the ones that do step up and in that consistency group, right? So I think maybe yesterday was just a bad day potentially. Like, people do have bad days. Like, are they a good thing to have? Absolutely not. But I do think maybe today we'll see something a little bit more from Nova. That's what I think. How about you?
Okay. I think the Knights are going to deepen their lead even more, mainly because of what I saw on Twitter, right? I mean, you guys should really, I mean, you saw it, I saw it, a lot of people were in on the conversation. For everyone watching at home, hashtag PMPL NA if you want to know what we're talking about. But to simplify things, let's just say some of the player of the Knights called out Nova for basically only getting like 90+% of their points on heel stratting and Sandhawk, meaning out of the 6 games we played yesterday, they flopped 4 of the maps, and all of their points were only on Sandhawk. Now, does that mean they're really good at Sandhawk? I don't feel like it. I feel like they just had a good day on Sandhawk. So if they have an okay day, those points are going to go lower. And then the fact that they flopped on the 4 other maps is just not a good way to start the tournament. So my confidence in Nova is kind of like at a very low. So I think the Knights are going to easily, increase their point spread. And it's not just the story between Knights and Nova, as we get a very central circle. Finally, something normal for these players to play with. And it's not just the Knights and Nova. It's the other teams stepping up that can now interfere with Nova, right? Before it was just Knights versus Nova. If Nova's feeling it, Nova could outbeat the Knights. But now, even if Nova's feeling it, some of these other teams might just be feeling it a little bit more like dope and take out the Nova team themselves. And it's not just Knights they have to worry about anymore.
Yeah, I just went and looked at the amount of points that they picked up yesterday, and if all the teams didn't have any bonus points, Knights would actually be in second right now, executing first, and Nova all the way down in 11th place, actually. So that's kind of the reality of yesterday's situation. So not only do they kind of, it really is those bonus points that are holding them up in that 3rd place position as of right now. So it's a good thing that they were able to get those when they did, but if they're hoping to continue to stay up there in that top 5, like they're gonna start picking it up today, like before the halfway point of these finals happen.
And that's 11th place, by the way, with 2 perfect Sandhawk matches, right?
Yeah.
They got 2nd place in both and eliminations. That's 2 perfect Sandhawk matches. And if you take away all the bonus points of how well the teams did yesterday, 11th place. So that's what really, really worries me. But today's a new day. Every day is different. Some teams' strength is being able to hard reset. I've seen insane comebacks out of teams when they botch, the first day or even the second day. It is definitely doable. Not counting Nova out, just saying, my trust in them is definitely not too great.
I can understand that. Like, we had an expectation for them. They've kind of grown how they play this game for a while now, and then when it doesn't happen, like, it causes confusion, right? So that's why I feel like today, like, it was just weird. And that's why I think today maybe we'll see more of normal Nova. I also think that what could be part of it is because of this format. We were singing praises of this format yesterday, and I still like it a lot. But since it is different, it still could just be a thing that everybody's getting used to,
Yeah. Not much movement on the map right now because the circle is so center. Everyone pretty much based off their drops, know where to go, and they don't have to move too far. Another team that I'm looking at today is Execute. You mentioned Execute finished 1st overall yesterday if no bonus points were in. Now, that is insane, right? This Execute team is like night and day difference. Week 1 Execute, I think, if memory serves correct, they didn't even make one of the Livic matches, meaning they didn't make top 12. I might be completely wrong, but they were playing very poorly in week 1. They got a little bit better week 2, and the improvement has been just drastic as the days have gone on. Now, my question for you is Execute. Do you think they'll be able to keep up the pace, or do you think it's going to be like a huge contrast to their day 1 performance?
I think they're going to keep up the pace. So they did get into the Livic match on week 1, I believe, but they actually only got, I'm looking at it now, they only got 6. They only got 6 bonus points from it. So they got in, but then they didn't do too well in it. But from that, after that, they've only been increasing in performance. So I feel like they're going to continue on this roll that they have, continue with this stride.
Okay, that's absolutely great. Execute, like, if you look at each individual player, it's like solid players. Solid. The question is it a solid team? Each individual player, really great, has good game sense, everything. They just needed that like kind of glue to put it all together. I think when SPADES joined, that was kind of the glue piece. Like the puzzle pieces were right. Everybody was set up. They just needed that IGL, and SPADES has really made it shine through. So I will agree with you. I think Execute will also keep up the pace. So that we got the Panthers and KBO all the way on the western edge. I think Panthers was just going for some sort of rotation, getting caught. Panthers going really aggressive, pulling right to the face of Joey, and he's got that shotgun ready. That was not the play for the Panthers. Not sure what happened there. KBO had a really rough day yesterday, right? Compared to how they were doing previous weeks. Looks like they might be stepping it up a little bit coming into day 2.
Panthers also didn't have that great of a day yesterday, I'll say. I mean, they're in 11th place as of right now, and usually we ended up seeing a lot of fights between them and other teams, and I feel like more often we saw the Panthers going out in those exchanges, and I was a little bit surprised because usually I feel like it's the Panthers that I would like see that they're in a fight and be like, oh yeah, they're gonna win this for sure. And even it looks like on game 1 they're already down to 2 people. Wow.
With the pump? With the pump shotgun, Sam? Okay, I could get by the DBS, I could get by the S12K because those are pretty good shotguns, but man, we got KBO using even pump shotguns now. This team is a true shotgun believer. Like, the pump shotgun also got a buff. It shoots way faster, unlike before where it's like very slow, but still. Rocking a pump shotgun? Like,
he was the only one that ran up to that little window too. Like his other, like they were not concerned. I feel like that actually made me speechless. Wow. Just a blink of an eye, just jumps, pop.
That's a bop right there. He bopped him. He bopped him right in the head, and that is the entirety of Team Panthers out.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we caught Joey getting 1, and the Panthers were down to 1 after that already, and they just ran him down. KBO.
Yeah, I actually didn't even realize. I like said, oh, there's 2 left, and then that happened, and then they were out, and I'm like, oh, when did the third one go out? So yeah, that was pretty quick.
Yeah, it's great that we got this first zone where nothing really happens because it's so dead center, but then we get to see KBL and the Panthers, and we got to see Sam with the little jump pump just right in the face. Like, oh, man, this PMPL is so great. Wouldn't have it any other way. We do have Nova, of course, you know, playing somewhat of a split here. Dead center of the zone, taking the high grounds. Taking a look at some other teams. All positioned on the high ground here, as you can see on the mini-map as we head into the second circle.
Oh boy, just take a look at where everybody's located right now. I mean, this is the obvious places that everybody wants to go for, just the center of this zone. It gives them the highest chance of being inside of the next one. It does make me a little bit interested to see some teams staying back, though, being like Ace of Spades and MEZEXIS actually, like not wanting to be a part of the action just yet. And the zone's not going to center up fully, but it almost does. Only a couple of people are to the side of this new one, decides to pull over a little bit more towards the west. Power Grid now kind of just that off-center area here.
The biggest thing with this shift is that now the huge majority of the center of the map is high ground and hillsides, right? Not super, these hills not super difficult to go up on. There's a lot of different ways to go up, so you don't get completely choked off by certain teams setting up in certain positions. But it essentially does make the terrain very diverse in terms of a lot of little dips, a lot of ridges, a lot of pockets, and of course compounds, right? We have the Power Grid compound, we have some other sparse compounds just littered throughout that center of the map. So this is a very cool circle to see on this second shift.
We've seen a lot of endings kind of be between a team that's like up on top of the rocks and somebody right below them around this area too. So that could be the reality of this game later on once these teams are kind of finding their next spot to play out of. Even though the majority of the teams were actually inside of this next one, I'm glad to see that all of them are kind of shifting over. They don't want to be playing the edge if the zone has gone in this way. So everybody now, you can see, are moving over, trying to find little places to even start scouting forward. Fishy, he's a little suspicious of whatever's in front of him. Nova actually kind of holding them out up on top of that ridge in front.
With this second shift, I don't think we'll see too many engagements either.
No.
There's probably some shots on a high ground position to let a team know, hey, this is taken, and then they'll just return back and wait for the next circle shift. HQA set up in one of those chokeholds, the hit list south of HQA in another chokehold. I mean, there's a lot of strong chokeholds, but there's still a lot of options and different ways to get up, right? And these chokeholds aren't like impenetrable either. We've seen teams make a push up here, get one opening knock, and because it's so spread out, it becomes kind of difficult for a defending team like HQA to continue to hold even with just one of their players knocked.
That's why I think we can see that while they're picking up and, of course, like letting teams know that they're there, we even saw like Chiwing, for example, for HQA in his position far away from the rest of his team, just like laying prone, kind of being safe there. So that's definitely how you play this, right? Like while you're spread out, while you're still trying to flex the advantages that you have, you still got to be so careful. You can't be peeking or looking over there, taking some shots just because you feel like it. They all have to be precise and actually have a purpose. Otherwise, there's a real threat of you getting knocked there and kind of ruining that entire hold that your team is holding.
Yeah, you almost have like nothing to gain to get. Oh, just as we say that, Lulu gets knocked. Yeah, we might see a push by Wall Street Bets, but I was gonna say, you gain nothing by knocking the player on the low ground, because what are you gonna do? Push off of your high ground to the low ground? Like, very unlikely, right? But if you get knocked on the high ground, this is exactly what's gonna happen. Wall Street Bets is gonna make a push. Now, HQA still in the advantage. They could actually just pick up these points, but you never want to just get knocked to let the other team make a move on you. We'll see how Wall Street Bets play this out. They definitely got a lot closer now off of that knock as they are initiating their second phase of the push, and you see HQA having to back up. That's a really risky backup. I don't think they have anybody in place to cover that retreat, and Lubu will go down. Now everything's falling apart right as the circle shifts onto the high ground. Might go hard south where the Knights are, but very high chance that we're going to end somewhere on the high mountaintops.
I agree with that, especially where the hit list is and maybe that compound right underneath it. I feel like it's a lot, but I'm not surprised. I like to see that Wall Street Bet actually made this push happen. While they made this push, Lubu was already rezzed actually, but even still, HQA couldn't do something in time to kind of stop Wall Street Bets from getting close. And I'm kind of glad that HQA backed up, because right when Wall Street Bets got on the opposite side of their little hill there, they knew that they're no longer in control of kind of being able to see where the rest of Wall Street Bets are, right? So they need to kind of take control of that situation again, back up out of there, but unfortunately it did still mean that somebody's going out. And also HQA spotting out the other member of Wall Street Bets up on the northern side. I think they're realizing that they're trying to slowly get surrounded here, so them starting to focus on Faker up here the northern side might be the best option for them.
And it's like a chess match. Faker with a great move, but he needs his team to follow up accordingly. HQA has already reacted by sending 2 to 2v1 Faker, or not 2v1. Wait, are both their names Faker?
That's why I just said one. I just got so confused.
Okay, yeah. HQA 2v1ing Faker as the other Faker on HQA trying to hold back the rest of Wall Street Bets in a great position. And it's working out. Faker with a great play, but I don't think it was synergized well enough for the rest of the team follow up. Wall Street Bets Faker now has to make a 1v2 here, and he's not able to get much done there. And Wall Street Bets are getting taken down. HQA loses 1, but they'll pick up 3, maybe 4 points.
Oh man, here we go. And HQA Faker starting to make this push over 2. I mean, they know that they got 1 down here, and he's trying to see if he can catch the other one out, but you can even see that he was looking in that direction while that res was going through. I like to see that 24K was kind of giving those warning shots as well, trying to make sure that the peak doesn't happen. His low HP teammate can back up, but just so much damage. Like, where do you run to? They're trying to back up, but there's just nowhere to go. And HQA, after all of that, are the winners.
Very good fight. I like how it was isolated too. No real third partying, but I mean, that's what you get when you're on the high grounds here, right? When you're coming in from the edge, you take those fights. If you win, you get the position. If you don't, then, I mean, it was worth a try. So good try by Wall Street Bets. Good defense out of HQA. They end up only losing 1, which isn't too bad. KBL here started off really hot, just decimating the Panthers. Let's see what they could do now against the team we're kind of keeping an eye on, Execute. You see Sixes here doing a very nice rotation. He is the IGL for the team. He knows the map in and out. So I think he's rotating right into nice pocket position, but I don't know if the rest of the team can follow up, because KBL is swarming them right now like parasites, and Execute might end up losing quite a few players here with Sixes being the last up.
That's very true. Oh, okay, here we go. It's kind of nice to see KBL getting in these early fights because of the position that they were on the leaderboard. Like, they need to start getting points, like, immediately, and we've luckily gotten that from them already. And now them going against Execute, like, this is serious. We can see that Fate trying to kind of stop that push from KBL, wanted to try and keep them in the blue zone for as long as possible, but wow, they're just trapped behind all of these vehicles here. 3 of them now down? That's a horrible situation for Execute as KBL. They're just going through and cleaning that all up.
Yeah, great play by KBL. I like the aggression. I don't know if they even realized, you know, one member of the Execute team wasn't there with them, but just the aggression, the pace that they swarmed them in was really good to see. They just choked them off right there. So now SPADES, he can do magic as a solo player, and oh yeah, APHELION is now here. KBL did lose one. We'll see how this plays out. Is APHELION getting third party though from TC? So Trick trying to bite off a little more than he can chew. Trick remains alive, and it's actually Joey that goes down there.
Yeah, vehicle explosion, unfortunately for him, and now he might be cleaned up in that situation. If the rest of APHELION don't want to get close at all, because I'm sure Trick called that out immediately. Nope, there's somebody from Power Grid that got the knock on me. You can't come close. You can't take the fight with KBL. But now I'm curious to see if he'll even be able to get picked up by the rest of his team with TC in their position. We can actually see TC in vehicles. Do you see that on the mini-map? They probably were trying to find some better kind of angle on that to continue to participate, but the blue zone is now upon them. They got to keep moving, and they're actually driving right next to each other. Okay, it looks like APHELION is deciding to kind of stop and try to take out Oppa as he took some shots right here.
I think this is a decent stop. Blue zone's moving slow enough, and we got the prediction now. Hot Jukes with the Knights for most eliminations. 7WG with Nova. We haven't even seen or heard Nova. Nova's actually in kind of off center circle with his new shift. Back to back, they're in a high ground position on the edge of zone, but if they can manage to hold that spot back to back, we'll see them very shortly. They're the teal color on that top right, just south. You see that one member back to back on top of that mountaintop. All these 3 predictions, really good. Each team in great positions to pick up eliminations here.
I agree 100%. Even Nova's compound, actually, like initially it's not going to be that great to get those eliminations, but usually that compound is so strong into the end of these circles. So I'm sure we're going to see Nova even into the late game here. It does look like we have a good amount of fights now happening over on the western side, even back-to-back taking a fight with MEZEXIS. And of course, the Chosen and APHELION still going at it because they're rotating literally right beside each other. They've basically been chasing each other down. Looks like Godfan with a huge nade onto APHELION will actually get 2 knocked there, so I'm sure that push is going to be happening shortly. KBL might get involved in it, but of course, back to back, taking this fight with MEZEXIS. We can even see that there's other people kind of lurking nearby, but I don't think in those positions to kind of make that full-on push to clean it up. And yeah, there we go. After that nade from Godfan, like I was like, for sure, APHELION's gonna go out soon, and KBL got her knocked back onto Godfan, and so they're gonna crash it. Okay, Sam pulling out the DBS. He crashes into the little building here, but unfortunately too far out in the open. He'll get knocked anyway. The rest of KBL, Quan, you can see he could only run on foot.
You know, when you're down to 2 players, I kind of almost don't disagree with what Sam did. I mean, he's got the shotgun, right? Just get him close range. But yeah, he drove right into like a 3-man team of TC. Maybe there's definitely better, more methodical ways they could have played that, but it would have been difficult either way. So kind of a YOLO full send. Hey, good entertainment. And KBL, they picked up 9 eliminations so far. So I think they've gotten the points they needed if they didn't have such a bad day 1. But this is the start. 9 elimination points. If they could keep this up and then have a spectacular game, they could catch right up to everyone else.
Honestly, already, like, 9 points is definitely, yeah, it's the start, like you said. So I wouldn't be too mad with that points, like in a normal game. But now since they're kind of on catch-up, they still got to get just a little bit more. Back-to-back and MEZEXIS, though, fighting it out over here. It looks like both of them are kind of sharing this high ground. So that's kind of the interactions back-to-back that we've been seeing most of the time. Yahir, though, he actually, I believe, is the last one left up for MEZEXIS. He is. So that's why J-Way, he's just pushing confidently, trying to find out where this last person is. I'm a little bit nervous that he's going by himself for that exact reason. You hear getting the knock and instantly the flush. I mean, that's their point for the team so far. He can continue to do that to try and gain a couple more before he goes out.
Oh, back to back with a very costly mistake. You would love to have 4 people on the high ground here, but they're down to 3. Kill switch trying to look and find. Oh, he spots him, gets the lights on the lean peak, and finishes off MEZEXIS at the cost of 1 player. A lot of teams squished on the western edge right now because they're just hugging the cliff sides because they don't want to get shot at by the people on the high ground. Back to back with 3 now. Nova still with 4, and the Knights team still with 4. So these 3 heavy-hitting teams are about to start engaging into the late game. And honestly, all 3 of these teams are in the best positions given on each side of the circle, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a couple more teams actually with all 4 up, which is quite interesting. Them being Ace of Spades and 19 Esports. We saw Ace of Spades kind of chill out in the distance away from the majority of people for a while, and I think that's because they wanted to come into the late game here with all 4 people up. Ooh, the hit list. They had a couple of people up on top of that high ground at a big split, and it looks like it's not going to entirely work out for them now, trying to leave and kind of condense back. They're going to be ripped out of their own vehicles as TC puts a stop to that. And you can see at least they'll still be able to get some eliminations here, taking that fight with HQA. This is the last couple of fights up here on this high ground bit, and then it's all going to go down to the low ground. Take a look at that, the hard shift down to the south.
No way. Oh yeah, hard shift down to the south. A perfect zone for the Knights.
True.
Well, I'm going to say this. Knights rarely get zone blessed, to be fair. They get a majority of their eliminations and wins just chasing zone. So, hey, throw them a little bit of circle luck for game number 1. The Knights are feeling comfortable. Nova right now, I'm taking a look. They're coming in from the northeast. They have 4 players. If they can take out Ace of Spades to the northeast, they'll also be coming in with a strong, formidable force. But of course, all the teams on the west and north, everyone has to move in, and it could get really messy here.
And I mean, since this zone is honestly really out in the open, we're gonna see these guys kind of play in the edge of this circle for a while longer, because this is where all of that cover is. Nowhere else on that southern circle does it provide that. Here we go, the big push coming through. Unfortunately, Ace of Spades tried holding out Nova, but Nova actually wins that fight against them. They should at least have 3 eliminations at this point. All of TC making a big push happen. You can even see that some of them actually went down from falling damage back to back, doing so much damage, but it doesn't matter because Opa is able to bring it back at the end. It's just down to him and Godfan left as HQA gets eliminated from the northern side. And now it looks like the Chosen are making that big push on these 2 teams with 4 up. 19 Esports and the Knights. 19 Esports, we saw some good plays out of them yesterday, but they are trying to take their time, clearly making a push onto the Knights. It might be because they know people are coming in behind them, and the Chosen actually takes the fight to them anyway. Here we go, Opa getting 1, instantly gets traded here, but Godfan gets that trade back. 19 Esports, I believe, only has 1 person left, and not even. They actually get eliminated out of this, and Knights just gets cleaned it up.
Yeah, I think the Knights did have a little bit of third partying right there, helped out TC, but I mean, the Knights with 4, they're going to be the overall winners. And now we're getting that showdown that I was talking about. If Nova could take out Ace of Spades, which I think they did, we have a 4v4 for the very first match of the day between the Knights and Nova. Of course, KBL is still here. Whoa, great job for KBL to making it all the way to top 3. I don't know how Quan managed to get down here, but hey, I want to see a clean 4v4. Quan, you could do something crazy, you could have some effect, but I would love to see just a straight up 4v4 between the Knights and Nova. But Nova, that is not a knock you can afford, and that's a finish too. Now it's a 4v3. Knights are in the advantage. And this is looking, and positionally, I mean, Knights have full control of the zone as well.
Oh man, Koi is just stuck there as well. Look at that, he's just in a huge little ravine right there, trying to use smoke to provide himself some sort of cover, but the Knights should be able to spot him out easily here. Coop's actually spotting him out, going for a little bit of a spray there. Unfortunately, doesn't quite hit as he goes back into the smoke, and Xenox goes down. So now we're officially down to a 3v3, but no, Koi goes down too. I mean, he's stuck in there. Huge line of sight that Spec was able to finally catch that angle that they needed. I like that he's holding the southern side, kind of being those eyes, and it's perfect. There's only 1 member of Nova left.
Spec, the man, the myth, the legend, stepping up with that off-angle play, coming right in time to get the trade on Xenox. This team is just playing so perfectly well. And in that 3v1, yeah, even if that nade didn't connect, he was pretty much done for. I think Nova played that pretty Nova played that fight pretty well, given, you know, how disadvantaged they were coming in, having, you know, the Knights controlling the entire circle. So I think Nova's actually showing really good signs of life. But like I said, if Nova doesn't stop the Knights are going to take it. So great game for Nova. Absolutely amazing given how they did yesterday. But once again, if you don't stop the Knights will just one-up you and do you better. So let's take a look at some of the highlights from that explosive game number 1, and we'll be right back with the desk.
This close. This is how close that nade was to Yi right at the end of that. Oh my gosh, man. He just felt it rustle in the dirt right next to him. And then boom, it was all over. What a finish there towards the end, guys. I mean, I think this is what we've been wanting to see, right? That battle between the Knights and Nova. Glitter, how do you feel about it?
I feel good about it for a lot of different reasons, okay? First of all, Nova coming out the gate with a very strong performance. We heard Zute being like, I don't really know if I trust them anymore because they haven't shown me enough. And first match, we get a really solid Nova performance. Not only that, but then we get a Nova versus Knights ending. So let's look at the match ranking and see where everybody ended up, because I'm pretty sure even though it was Knights and Nova at the end, we still had lots of other squads with so many elims, it put them very high up. And this is what I'm talking about here. Okay, so Knights, they get the chicken dinner, but they waited all the way until the end to really kind of start with their aggression. It was one of the more passive games we've ever seen out of the Knights in the past couple of weeks, and they still got the chicken dinner. Korean barbecue lovers, they somehow made it all the way to third. They had a little bit of a rough spot mid-game, still managed to get 11 elims for 21 points, and then Nova come in with the 8 elims and 20 points right behind them. But then the Chosen stepped it up with a 9 as well. This is a insanely top-heavy first page for this match ranking 7, because HQA is even at 6. Back-to-back is at 5. I mean, once again, everybody came to play.
Yeah, and in a way, the Chosen is kind of that team, right, that needed to step it up, and both they stepped it up with those 15 points. That's going to be pushing up them really nice. Back-to-back, 6 points. Back-to-back, I expect a lot more out of you. Come on, man. Start game in there with the 4 points. Execute 2 points as well. It's not looking like they're going to be hitting my 60 mark, is it? Okay, we'll have to wait and see. Dope ESPORTS there with the 1 point. APHELION with the 1 point. And for APHELION, I did see some changes. I wonder if they're going to keep on that change. Clown wasn't playing. They did have another player. So we'll see if they continue with some changes to the roster here in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you got to bring out all the big guns, any strategy you can. Think you can possibly get an advantage there, 7. You know, that was a bold prediction, so I think we'll give you a little bit of pass here as we take a look here at the top damage. Hey, the Chosen actually did with the top damage here in this one. I mean, is that something that you could have predicted, 7?
Yeah, no. I don't think even Glitter Damas would have predicted that one. Okay, I just want to put that one out there. Nova, I mean, the Chosen, yeah, that's great. Nova, which is one of the teams that we've been talking about, right? We wanted to see a better step up out of them. They did, and you were saying this too, Glitter. They did it in a map that is not Sandhawk, and that's something we do love to see. Korean barbecue lovers, this was a big surprise in a way that they didn't perform that well in that day one of finals. It's good to see that. First of all, we saw Joey being able to smack 2 of the Panthers players. Congratulations to you, Joey. Hopefully we get to see that again at some point. 11 eliminations for them at a 1,600 damage. Like, that conversion rate, we love to see that, Glitter.
Absolutely. And I just, what I love is the high elims for the first game. I mean, HQA was a little bit quieter yesterday, and they start with 6 elims today. Everyone, with the exception of back-to-back and Ace of Spades at that 1K, I love this. I love this. This is finals. This is why we're here. This is a great way to start the day.
Yes, it is indeed, Glitter. And earlier in the back, you were kind of you talked about how you wanted to see, right, the Knights versus the Nova, the top player from each squad going at it. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. I'm actually excited to look at this too, because like I was saying before, the Knights got all of their elims right at the end. Nova kind of peppered them in there throughout the game, and it's actually going to end up being Koi versus Spec for this last match, okay? These were the top players from each team, and you can see that it's actually very, very close. I mean, the damage is only separated by less than 100 damage. They both had 3 elims, 1 assist versus 0 assist. I mean, 4 knocks versus 3. Even the heals are almost the same. And this is kind of what we expected, right? Because there needs to be a point where if they truly are going to be the top 2 teams, that we see this back and forth between them. Both of these players, first game in, just shy of the 1K damage mark on their own, when we saw that there were some squads that had that as a full team on the top damage. So huge performances from both of these players to start off the day. Now what I want to see is how they do throughout the rest of the day, because this is very exciting.
Monsters on the battlefield. That's what we like to see right there. I love seeing Spec, right, being one of the top performers, because I tell you what, when Spec really gets it going, this Knight squad is dangerous. I mean, hey, chicken dinner against Nova and all the top teams. I mean, what more could you really ask for? I mean, that's pretty dangerous indeed. Speaking of dangerous, Seven, Sandhawk, baby. Sandhawk is next. And I think it's time, to take a look at the map performance. And wow, look at these stats.
I'm not surprised. Okay, I'm just going to put that out there. I'm not surprised. One thing I am surprised, though, is that Nova is here with that much eliminations. And that's a big change that we saw out of them from going from league stage here to the finals. We have seen them be a little bit more aggressive. And once they realize they can't really make a push towards maybe one of the final circles, they're like, okay, you know what? Let's go back to our heal strat. Hopefully they will try to readjust, because I would like to see them get a win. And then Knights, I mean, they've been putting up 9.5 eliminations, 1,700 damage. We saw what XQ was able to do yesterday too. 5.5 illins, 1,000 damage. Start gaming in APHELION. Hey, if there was ever a time to take advantage of this Sandhawk, now it would be it. And you know what? Since we are going to be going to Sandhawk, hold on. What is this here?
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, what is that?
Oh,
is that a Nova jersey?
Wow.
Nova with the second place finish, baby. I think it's going to happen again.
Yeah.
You know what? Bold prediction from Seven. I'm gonna predict that as well. You guys predict it. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters.
All right. After Nova's first performance on Miramar, even though they didn't outdo the Knights, I'm feeling confident in them just doing the med strats, right? I was about to say, if they didn't have a good game 1, I don't even know if med stratting is enough, because we saw day 1, that's what they did, and it wasn't enough to catch up to the Knights. If anything, they kind of fell down in the overalls. But if this is how they're going to be playing the other maps outside of Sandhawk, hey, I'm all for the med strat. You do your thing, Nova, and I know I'm ping-ponging back and forth, but hey, I just go with the flow. If Nova's looking good, I'm going to call it as it is. Nova's looking good right now.
And I want to see them going ahead. I do think their Sandhawks yesterday were also different from their usual, just going straight for just the heal strat. So yesterday they got eliminations on top of the heal strat. So I think they have to continue that performance, but also do exactly what they did in the last match and get eliminations and like second places or higher. You know what I mean? So so far today, the formula has rightened itself for Nova in terms of getting points, but this is only game 2, so we got to make sure that they continue on with what they're kind of setting up here, right?
Definitely. We saw yesterday KBL and Nova get in a quick little 1v2 where Nova actually came out ahead in that 1v2. You see now this time KBL is not going to drop down there. They're going to all go into Python. So a little bit of adjustment being made right there. Besides that, everything looking pretty normal. I mean, look at how split everyone is, right? Because everyone knows where everyone's dropping. This is my territory. This is your territory. We can split up this far, especially with map being so small. You see Execute, though, in HQA, they do not want to give up this. Oh, and Crystal Pig with the Mutant getting a knock. But it looks like Execute is in control here. Crystal Pig in a 1v3 situation. He's got the UMP. Sixa's trying to bait himself out by jumping wide to eat some bullets. That was not on plan, and it's going terribly. He gets another one. Last player of HQA did not drop up here, though. It would have ended in a 1v1. I like the play that Sixless did. Honestly, that was a good play. But because the follow-up wasn't there, it looked really dumb. Got another fight. I was saying everyone's, just respecting each other's territory and expect each other's drop. But that is not the case right now, Span.
No, not at all. I wish that last member of HQA did drop up there as well. If they're going for that big drop, like I would have loved to see that fight like fully end out, see if something would have been different, but we're not going to get that. And yeah, it looks like Dope and 19E, they always drop next to each other, but this time it looks like they're finding... Whoa, they're right next to each other on this one compound in the middle. You can see Dub literally crashing into the situation to support their team. And actually 19 Esports, they're doing the same. So both of these teams are just deciding to fully commit to this fight as of right now.
Yeah, it's a 4v4 after that reset. All of 19E is up. All of Dope is up. Dope had a really good day yesterday. Most eliminations out of all the teams in day 1. Do they have that momentum coming into today? Do they have that raw firepower? It's looking like Dope is kind of all trapped in one angle. We do see one player of Dope, near the backside. He's got to be, the playmaker. The rest of 19E are spreading out and getting a lot of option angles right now. 19E definitely looking in a much better position.
I'm also glad that they're getting Flash out of there at least, probably to go up on top of the hill, exactly where we see Rad there. Because that was the one thing I was getting nervous, is that Dope, they all just sent it straight on in, and 19 Esports, they have 777 and Rad kind of like out on either side up on top of these hills. Now 777 is going to go up against Illusion, and Rad, he's just fully backing up because he knows that he saw somebody in a vehicle starting to drive around. The center, though, it's still contested with 2 people from each team, and you can see that they're literally just waiting to see if the people outside of the compound can really start something, just like you said.
Both teams mirroring each other, doing a similar play, but 19 Esports and Dope too, right? They need loot. This fight just happened extremely early, and I think both teams are happy to stalemate this and continue on with the game. Of course, the zone is nowhere close to them, so they both have a very difficult game of Sandhawk up ahead, but they're able to keep all 4 up. No harm, no foul, right? Everybody walks away with the same amount of people up. Back to the kind of center of the zone. So this circle, a tricky one, right? Northwest Island in play, Southwest Island in play, also the main island in play. So we see back to back doing kind of a little like split to cover all the options, which is what they always do due to where they drop. Literally, their split drop covers all 3 options. So they're able to do this. But the problem is, some teams might get into the middle of things like the Knights and the Panthers here.
Well, I am a little bit nervous about Polo because they're not... Okay, back to back, they're extremely crazy split right now. Usually you see them kind of backing up and going to that compound, like right on the water. Like Jayway and Polo, they are not there right now. Like they're like past boot camp to the eastern side kind of area right now. So they're not even close to that kind of spot that I was expecting all of them to be based off of what we ended up seeing yesterday. But as of right now, Polo, he's playing this the way that he needs to be, right? Like,
Yeah.
he probably hears at least 2-3 sets of footsteps, and he's like, I'm just gonna pronoun out and just wait. This is not a good situation for me. Jay-Wei was trying to push on over to see if he can support Polo, but it actually looks like he kind of backed back up.
Yeah, and they can't really afford to do any of that because the Knights are just looming right over the top of them.
Yeah.
Right, within gunshot distance too. So the Knights will definitely start getting a little bit greedy and peek for some angles, and that could hurt back to back even more. I'm not sure why Polo's stuck out here. If you look at his loot, 1 first aid, level 1 vest, a helmet, and a UMP. No util. Like that kind of tells me he looted really quickly, and he
And
should
then
be
ran
out
out.
of there. Right? Like, it's not like he has a bunch of loot on him, like he took his time looting there, and then the Panthers came in, very fast. He almost has no loot. So I feel like he should have been out of there a little bit early on. Of course, I didn't get to see the whole picture. Maybe it is actually the Panthers that just sent to extremely early with a buggy, and that caused them to just get caught. So we'll see how it plays out, though, as the circle is starting to close in. The next circle will be shifting very soon. We'll see where the game takes us. Back-to-back has actually given up the option of the Northwest Island and
Yeah.
given up Southwest Island. In a way, they lose control of that bridge, and they grouped up together, probably because they don't have Polo with them, right? So they want to split
Yeah.
somewhere a little bit closer to Polo in case Polo could group back up with them.
Well, I was even gonna say maybe that changes my hypothesis. Maybe they didn't want to all go back up to that compound on the water, right? That's why Polo may not have that much loot because he like looted up some stuff and then was running over to that compound because maybe that's the compound that they actually wanted in
Oh,
this
that makes
situation.
sense.
Yeah, but all of Panthers got there first, bro. So they settled on the one just to the north side of Painan. So that one's good, but it does just stink that now Polo's literally trapped in that position. Like I have no clue how he's going to get back to his team for a while now, especially because the zone actually pulled down to the southern side. It's definitely good that back-to-back didn't decide to stay on that compound on the water actually, because they're in a pretty good spot for now.
Yeah. This does set up Knights to have to make some masterful plays right now because they can't push back-to-back because this compound extremely difficult to push. And they have to start spacing their flanks because with that circle shift down south, everybody's going to move in from behind them. So Knights are caught in between quite a few teams. So we'll see how they decide to space each other out. One player all the way in boot camp. We have Coops here all the way down to the south. So the way I see this is Knights are setting up a potential trap play on the northern end. Xenox has the perfect position to shoot at players going up the hill, right? Right when they get close enough to try and engage the Knights, Xenox will come into play and maybe take down 2 very quickly. Tense has got to be a little bit careful, though, and he does move back and cover just in time. But if anything, that's good for the Knights. Star Gaming is going to think that the Knights are all up there. Next quick, he might go up into that window to just get a better angle, in which case there's still some decent sightlines for the Knights to support Xenox. They're a bit far away though, but I mean, if the Knights can do anything, they can pull off a difficult cover fire like that for Xenox.
Yeah, Nesquik, I don't think. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, Xenox, he's going to make his escape plan now. I was going to say there's no way Nesquik was going to find him because he was kind of like in that one room, like at the roof of that building that's kind of awkward. And he didn't make his move up there. Instead, gets into the perfect spot for him to just peek on down and take him down. Now Star Gaming are entirely aware that there's at least one member of the Knights still down here, and they have that information of some people up on the hill. That's why we can see them, I think, all just instantly kind of hunkered down here.
I think that play by Xenox is great. It puts out tremendous pressure on Star Gaming so that Star Gaming's more worried to push the Knights in the next shift, so the Knights don't have to worry as much. And Coops, meanwhile, he was holding back the IGL of the team, just getting more info. Coops is running around everywhere, trying to get as much info as he can. The rest of the 3 Knights making a play on the north side. Just really well done. I was talking about, I want to see how Knights play this, how they space out, how they maintain pressure on all sides while being trapped, and that was a perfectly way for them to execute it.
I agree with that. Yeah. Then The only thing now that I'm worried about, though, is that since they do have one person down there, if they want to make some sort of move or play that's doesn't have anything to do with Star Gaming anymore, they might have some difficulty getting Xenox kind of out of that position and actually be able to do what they want to do. So I feel like they've kind of committed to that fight with Star Gaming for now, actually, since they have one of their players kind of trapped up there. I don't think that he'd be able to, you know, come back up the hill unless he makes some sort of big roundabout rotation. And are we surprised to see fighting happening on the edges of this circle? I'm not. It looks like Dope and APHELION actually kind of running into each other yet again here. Dope losing one very early before a full-out fight happened, though. The next zone about to shift, and Dope actually, they're finding themselves in a little bit of a situation there. They're right in between APHELION and 19 Esports with some people getting knocked. Not quite sure how they're going to make it through this into the next zone, but it is a good thing that it kind of pulled back over towards them.
Yeah, that circle did shift a little bit to the east. Pinon dead center right now. Back-to-Back has vacated their compound, allowing the Knights to move further into that southern zone shift. They did manage to save Xenox. They had a buggy, and Spec actually got a knock onto Star Gaming, so perfect way to set up an opening to retrieve your teammate right there. And on the eastern side, yeah, this fight is continuing. Dope right now, just not in a good spot. Losing one of their members to APHELION Esports, also trapped between 19 Esports down to their southern side. Man, just if I were to play Sandhawk, I would never land on the edge of the map. I'd rather fight for something a little bit more center or somewhere like with more viable of a plan for rotations. Because man, you just find yourself in this type of situation, it's like there's almost nothing you could do.
It's really hard to kind of fight your way out of this situation. Dope is it's literally at the whim of APHELION right here. Like, there's nothing they can do without APHELION kind of spotting them out. Like, see, they're even trying to back up to see if they can make some sort of other movement, but APHELION is just entirely surrounding them. Oh, but this is a fight we've been wanting to see. Knights actually did successfully get Xenox down from out of boot camp after taking down yet another Star Gaming player, and into back-to-back they go, back-to-back. Really cleaned up kind of quickly, actually, in that fight. Is Polo now the last one alive for them? Maybe it's a good thing that he was kind of trapped over there.
Yeah, I would say if Polo was here, they would have mounted a better defense.
True.
But that fell apart so quickly that I feel like if Polo was there, that's just another point for Knights. Like, man, I don't know how. Like, I need to get into a competitive match, have 3 team members, and defend against the Knights to really understand just how insanely well they play. Because back-to-back, that's a good team, but it looked like they were paperweight with how fast and clean the Knights just pushed that compound. I don't know. I wish we caught the beginnings of it, but I feel like every time the Knights get in a fight, they find the opening somehow, some way, even if the other team's playing extremely safe and tight.
Bro, you said that, and now I want to as well. Like, I just want to play one game with the Knights and see what happens. I feel like I'd understand so much better, what these other teams kind of feel or how things go down, basically. Because we've seen a lot of fights, even more than just with the Knights, but the most with them, where it just like completely ends in like a snap.
Yeah. Decimation right there. It's gotten to a point where it's like, I'm no longer going to say you guys made a mistake. I'm just going to say the Knights are just better. It's okay, guys. Like, you did your best, right? And I'm usually always critical of teams of what they could do better. But the Knights, they're just better. That's just it. Like, I mean, what can you do? This team is on fire right now, and the circle is closing in. A lot of teams still kind of have to edge their way in and fight a little bit. But for now, most of everyone is in zone, and we're waiting to see the next shift.
Yeah, it looks like a majority of people obviously thinking it's going to shift back up into that northeastern side. There's barely not as many people down there on the southwest, or if there are, they're all along the waterline, and it looks like there's the reason why. I had actually said, like, back-to-back at that compound just north of Pinon is a good spot, and it looks like it definitely is in this match because the zone decided to go there as well. So both KBL, that's been in Pinon for a while, and the Knights that now have secured that compound position right above them, they're going to be happy for a while. The next thing I'm kind of expecting, though, is KBL has to start getting ready for a lot of teams to kind of start like pouring into Pinon to find a place to play inside of this circle, because there's a lot of teams alive for this small circle.
There's a lot of teams alive for now. Definitely this circle is going to take out quite a few teams. 52 alive. Yeah, that's a lot. I think we might see a higher than usual with Pinon being in zone as WALLSTREETBETS full sends one section and takes a member of KBL by surprise. That is a very nice way to do it, especially approaching Pinon, right? Usually teams are kind of split up trying to, maintain pressure everywhere. But the WALLSTREETBETS, Faker? 24K somehow blew up the vehicle. Maybe he crashed into a tree as it was like down to 1 HP. I'm not sure how that happened, but WALLSTREETBETS will lose 2, and that's going to prompt KBL to push the rest of WALLSTREETBETS. It's a 3v2 situation, and they want full control of the exit area of Pinon. That is where WALLSTREETBETS are.
That's exactly what I was thinking. They have like the best spot in Pinon as of right now if they want to continue inside of the circle. But even more so, it looks like the HITLIST and 19 Esports are trying to play up on top of this hill as well. This is way further down to the southern side though. And as of right now, 19 Esports with 3 people up, kind of surrounding the rock here that the HITLIST are at. But now just down to 777 left. Is this down to a 1v1 situation here actually? With the APHELION Esports up to the northern side, kind of putting a wrench in things. 777 taking a lot of fire damage there. Down to half HP. He's trying to make something happen as Jachi is in fact the last one up, and he does clean it up. That confirms all of those elimination points for his team, but now he is stuck in the blue zone. He needs to heal, and APHELION is just watching him like a hawk.
Yeah, it's just Sandhawk. I mean, it was great that they picked up 4 points. I think that was huge, and that's the best 19E could have done right there. APHELION further into zone, gatekeeping. Great job with the smoke out of 777. Block off one site and focus on the task at hand. But circle is closing now. It looks like we'll get a few teams alive here. APHELION somehow managing to take the high ground. If the zone stays up there, that's going to reward APHELION Esports greatly. Back-to-back still alive. Just checking in with Polo real quick. He's still right there next to the Panthers squad. And we'll see where the circle goes. Nova coming in slowly into Pinon. They still have one member further back in the blue for that med strat. And next circle shift will go up north, right onto the Knights.
Wow. It's also interesting because Start Gaming has that compound just to the north of them. So we obviously know that all those that found themselves in Pinon are going to want to try and grab the hill just to the south of Knights or that compound that Knights has. And for Start Gaming, MEZEXIS is right beside them. And the team that I've been kind of wondering about, like the Panthers, they've stayed in this compound from the literal beginning. I'm kind of curious to see what they're going to decide to do since they're kind of like in the center to the east of everything that's happening right now with the new zone. But oh man, look, KBL, now they're all together here, trying to clear these buildings, find the last couple of members of WALLSTREETBETS. Once this fight starts, though, I wouldn't be surprised if Nova takes that as their opportunity to make the push over across the water.
Yeah, Skipper Jonchi right there set up in a nice little crossfire, just staring at each other. Ace of Spades coming in from deep in the blue zone, coming in extremely late, runs into some APHELION, and here comes a push out of KBL. Pre-scoped in, and they both run by a quick turnaround, and that's a double knock for Skipper, getting the trade and more, but the manpower out of KBL will take the win. But Nova is here to third party and pick up more first aid kits. Hot Jukes with the Panthers, 7WG with the Knights, great pick, Glitter Explosion with Nova, thinking they will win the map.
Well, this push is exactly what we were thinking here, Zute. They're going to make this push into KBL right as that happened. And there's 3 of them here, and there's 4 of them still alive. So obviously they left one member out in the blue as they usually do this late into the game, probably deciding to stay alive with that heal strap. But otherwise, I was going to say, if they get up on top of that hill, that's a great place for them to play the rest of this match. But Quan, still up for KBL, is going to get a knock onto one of them. Nova Esports, I don't even think they have the opportunity to go and help out their teammate in that situation. Yeah, they just had to push forward and start banding on up as the Knights. They're just taking shots at everybody around them.
The Knights just in the perfect position. Kindness or Yi, I believe, is the one that's still up. The most he could do is maybe pick up a scrap point. Probably not onto the Knights because the Knights are just so aware of their surroundings that they're not going to let a player get knocked and finish. And they'll get their revive. So now we have 2 Nova players. They might be able to do some damage to the Knights, but more than likely, they're probably going to help out the Knights, I feel like, because the Knights are going to pick up 2 points onto Nova from this position.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and they still have to continue to push into the Knights because the zone did go up to the northern side. This is kind of a Knights and still Start Gaming. Start Gaming, they've also been having really nice circle shifts for them too. And we were wondering what was going to happen with the Panthers. It looks like they did decide to go more on the northern side, especially because this next zone shift. And MEZEXIS, they've been kind of hanging out here for a while now. It looks like Remix is going to be able to shoot the Panthers in the back. Frady is now the last one up, and not even Remix actually succeeds in taking down the Panthers, but he falls right after. I mean, to be fair, his situation was pretty tough, so why not just go ahead and get those elimination points? There's barely anybody left inside of this circle, though. Just the Knights and Start Gaming.
Yeah, it's a 4v3 situation, and it goes all the way back to Xenox making that one little micro play, and they have the advantage through numbers alone. And they kind of need it in the sense that Start Gaming has more of the angles, and I do believe the next circle kind of actually favors the Knights, but yeah, they'll get the opening. The Knights they just shoot better than everyone else. I mean, that's all it comes down to. Like, for a member of the Knights to get knocked, that requires Start Gaming to shoot, but the Knights will get the opening. Spec goes down. So Spec could get revived. That player of Robert G is going to be finished, so it's going to be a 4v2 for the showdown.
And both of them are pretty decently far away from this zone. You can see the next rock in front of them that they would have to use as the cover from the Knights. It's so far away. Like, if they have any smokes, this is what they have to use it for. Yeah, we can even see, actually, he has it out already, knowing that this is the only thing that they can really do in this situation. And, of course, helping out their teammates, tossing over some meds as Brian. He might be starting to make a big rotation on this rock shortly. As the Knights, though, they just have all eyes on them. They probably know that it's just them left inside the zone, everybody else out in the blue. Another knock into the Knights, though. Hayuya getting that huge knock there. Brian unfortunately goes down, so he is the last one up.
Yeah, it was a trade knock, and I think they pass over some first aids. They know this is not a fight that they can win. They might get one more placement. You know, there's three other teams medding, and with 3 first aids, he might just outlast one more. The Knights right now, back-to-back chicken dinners. I mean, they got back-to-back zone blesses. Not gonna lie, but still, we've seen teams get these zone blesses and they lose, and they did have to take out back-to-back for that position, and they did it beautifully. They had to pressure out Start Gaming from the north when they got trapped, so like, Knights just played this front-to-back very well and got a huge reward with the circle. 3 teams left. Will Nova get second? Probably. Will 19E get third? Probably. Is this enough for Nova? No. It seems like the Knights just always do it one step better. Actually, 19E might actually survive Nova because they cleaned out a full squad right here. 2 first aids. I think Koi just had 2 first aids earlier. It comes down to this last first aid. Who's going to get that second place? And that's it for him. And Koi's going to... They're both ticking on the last HP points, I'm pretty sure.
He was hoping he'd find something there, but no. It's
Okay.
going to be Nova that succeeds in that once again. I cannot believe that. Imagine being a player in the last circle against the Knights and being taken out there and getting 5th place with like 10 people still up. That's a little bit unfortunate.
I mean, the med strat, you either commit and fight your way in, or got the med strat going on for you. And once again, Knights in first, Nova in second. Miramar, Knights in first, Nova in second. Sandhawk. It is quite literally the only team that can stop Knights is Nova themselves, and that is just not something that the Nova team could do, even though they're playing so well today.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And we still have a lot more matches left today, though, so we're going to toss it over to highlights and then to Dusk.
we're back here. Oh my goodness, Seven. What's in there? What's in there?
Oh,
Yep.
What is this?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody
Oh, boy.
does the heel strap better than Nova Esports. Okay? And Span and Sute said it perfectly, Hot Jukes and
Yeah.
Glitter. Imagine being in a fight. You're the only two teams in that circle trying to get angles and stuff, and then you end up dying and you're in 5th place. Oh my goodness, that is so disheartening.
Oh my
I feel
goodness.
bad
And
for
I love
you.
to see him. He was just like Stars, like, oh, I got 2 first aids. I'll just heel strat it up. I'm not going to commit to this fight. Who cares if my team, died to blue zone? Hey, no big deal. This has got to be the better option, right? 5th place. As we take a look at the match ranking, let's just see how good of an option it was here, as so many other squads took advantage of that heel strat. I mean, it's just the meta. It is just the meta at this point.
It really is. I mean, the Chosen, 19 esports. Look at 19 esports. 3rd place. They were able to get at least 6 eliminations. They were watching the VOD review yesterday from Nova. They saw exactly what they were doing. Like, okay, we're going to go for eliminations, and then we're going to go for the heals. It worked for you. But Knights, Knights is truly just doing Knights things, man. 9 eliminations, 24 points. They were patient. They did get kind of blessed with the circle, but they took advantage of it. They were like a sentry. You said it when we were watching that game too, Hot. You were like, just look at them. They're looking everywhere. This is a completely different team. They're not laying down anymore. And here on the second page, we got the Panthers. Execute. What's wrong with Execute today, Glitter?
Ouch.
I don't know. A little bit slower, more quiet day for Execute. I mean, to be fair, I feel like it's a little bit of a flip-flop. Like, some of the squads that kind of out of nowhere did really well yesterday are slower and quieter today. HITLIST we haven't seen much from. I mean, back-to-back's definitely struggling. Dope Esports, now goose egg in this last match. And in contrast is Korean Barbecue Lovers, because we called them out at the very beginning of the day. They were almost dead last, and I feel like they've kind of turned it up a little bit today, Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams that I don't think we really expected to turned up, and the teams that we're really hoping for just didn't really get it done here in the first 2 matches. I mean, but it's kind of hard to do that when you got the Knights taking out everybody. I mean, it's so crazy. At this point, it's just really a battle between these 2 squads. It seems like back-to-back chicken dinners. Can they go for the triple? I don't know. I think it's actually possible here. Glitter, let's take a look here at the top damage. And I think, are we going to be surprised by the numbers? No. It's the Knights here leading at the top of it.
Oh, honestly, I'm not surprised that the Knights have good damage here, over 1,700 damage for their 9 elims. I was expecting it to be very evenly spread out because of how many squads were able to get a decent amount of elims on the board. But I like the conversion that I'm seeing out of some of these teams. I mean, Korean Barbecue Lovers did a really good job with their 5 elims at 729 damage, and then 19 Esports actually did a decent job with their 6 elims for 854 damage. I mean, once we saw the match ranking 7 with how many teams had a small handful of elims, you knew that you couldn't get an insane game out of anybody, because this was just overall a pretty spread out Sandhawk match.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just Sandhawk things. Okay, APHELION though, I mean, 1,000 damage, 5 eliminations. Yeah.
Okay.
Jukes?
All right. We'll take it. I'll take some APHELION action. I mean, we've been waiting to talk about this squad ever since, their pop-off, phase number 1. And we see them making some adjustments, making some changes here. And, hey, I think we're starting to see a little movement in the leaderboard, but one movement that we're seeing when it comes to the Knights, it's just straight up 7 as we look at, oh my goodness.
Let me just clear my throat right here.
Oh boy.
Okay, 13 points. Somebody do the math real quick. Let me know if this is over 16 points.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
13 points, 31. Then they gotta slow down at 2. Okay, you know what? I usually give teams a lot of feedback in regards to that, but you're Knights. I'm gonna let it slide. And then they go 22 points. And then the last match, 24 points. And Jukes, with the question you proposed earlier, can they go back to back to back in regards to wins here? I'm hoping they do, okay? Because this team is different, and this is what I was talking about earlier. This team is trying to send a statement.
goodness.
And you know who they're trying to send a statement to? Addy, do me a favor. Pull up my camera real quick. All right?
Okay.
You see this team right here? You
Oh,
see-
no.
I need more jerseys, by the way.
no.
You see
Oh,
this team right here?
I love how
There's been beef, all right? There's been a lot of beef. Nice, send me a shirt. Thank you. Yeah. This
I did the
team
math for you.
and did you?
I did.
What is it?
It's 18.4 points per game.
Oh! And y'all said it
18?
wasn't possible. Maybe for execute it was.
But yeah, I was like, for the execute, I'm on the dice here.
Yeah, come
Oh
on.
my gosh! But I'll tell you what, I love how Seven said that they're trying to send a statement. You know,
They
Yeah, they're
are.
trying.
No, I say
They
they're making a
did.
statement.
I was like, they did. What I'm double
There.
confirmed. They absolutely have, because it's just so crazy to see the performance that they've been doing here. I mean, no matter how good you do,
Jeez.
the Knights just seems to do better, Glitter.
Okay. We're taking a quick look at the overall, though, and this is actually huge for a couple reasons, and we're going to walk through all of them. First of all, Nova, serious comeback, back up in second place, now at 154. Okay, and this is what we were talking about earlier with that bubble. 158 was kind of the cutoff point for the top 5. So that's what 5th place bare minimum should need around in order to be there going into tomorrow for the 3rd and final day of finals. Nova right at that point, and they'll definitely clear that in the next few matches. Knights obviously very secure and comfortable where they are at this point, but the pickup from Nova has been huge. Execute little bit slower, fell off a little bit. They've only gotten 6 points in the 2 matches so far today. Star Gaming holding on there. Now go down to 8th place though. Dope is now out of 8th place. They've fallen out. HITLIST has actually jumped into 8th place when they were in 10th place prior to this, and back to back is just barely holding on to that first place position. Korean Barbecue Lovers 07. Yes, we love to see this. 15th place to 9th place.
Yeah, hype them up. And oh my gosh, the fall from Dope. Going all the way from 8 to 13.
Ouch.
Please, Dope, we really enjoyed the way you guys were playing yesterday. Bring that back. That was just such
Yes.
a pleasant surprise. I feel in esports there with 95 points. If we go down the Panthers, I mean, when we talk about surprises, that's a surprise and not in a good way. The Panthers, we expected a lot more out of you, especially with the performances we were seeing out of some of those players. But you know what? You know what Knights is doing right now, even though they are currently in first place for this? This is Knights right now, bro. They're like, oh, yeah. Hey,
Oh my
PMGC?
gosh, bro.
PMGC, we're ready. I'll see you guys next game.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of next game, let's get into the next one. We're heading on back into Eric Gale. Let's get it. Oh, you know what? Actually, we'll wait a little bit here before that, because we got to go ahead and remind you guys to make sure you use that hashtag PMPL NA. You know, send it on Twitter. Show some love to us, guys. Clip it. Spread the word. The more you guys do, you know, hey, the better it is for all of us here, right? So, guys, let's get this next game rolling and send it on over to the game.
Oh, jeez. 7, absolute comedian right there. But I would agree with them. I think just when the match finished, you know, of Sandhog, you and I both talked. I was like, you know what, Knights 100% PMGC. Nova,
Yep.
I'm confident to say they'll be top 5. It's still, you know, not out of the woods for Nova, but if Nova could come back like the way they have from day 1 to day 2, like their mental is there, their mental game is strong, they can still play well. I think I would say Nova will also end up top 5 to progress to the next stage, where they can still have a chance at PMGC. But the Knights, yeah, they booked their flight to PMGC pretty much at this point.
I mean, yesterday they had 113 points above Nova, and today they had 25 more points on top of that. Like, yeah, I think that's pretty difficult. I did actually go, you know, I was questioning. I was just like, has there ever been a world where the Knights and Nova have ever been 113 points apart from each other? And I went and I looked, and the answer is no. So that kind of answers that in a nutshell, which was kind of what we were feeling. I just think that's such a difficult feat, or something very difficult to go by. But yeah, I think now that they're clearly coming back today after that game 1, Nova's feeling the top 5 for themselves. I think that'll definitely kind of be like a nail in that for sure after this game completes, and if they do well again.
Yeah, and that's great for Nova because after the end of day one, I was almost questioning like, is Nova gonna even keep top 5? Because at the very start of day one, it was like Nova, Knights, PMGC. At the end of day one, it's like Nova top 5 question mark. But I think they're doing really well for themselves right now. They shouldn't feel like any shakiness as far as top 5 is concerned, which means they shouldn't be playing too scared or too worried. So this is a good spot for them to be in. First circle has come out. It's on the western side. I am seeing Star Gaming mixed in with back-to-back, mixed in with Nova. Something might happen there, or I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But besides that, everything else is looking pretty normal. This circle might get tricky if it goes up north and does a potential 50-50, but otherwise everything is going to play out quite quietly.
We've been having a lot of Western zones on Erangel. Yesterday, that's what both of them were, and today our first match on Erangel is that again. So I feel like at this point, these teams are probably pretty used to this, at least in the finals here. They already know that they got some big rotations ahead of them to get further inside this zone. We already see people actually driving around Mount Everest, 19 Esports, and the HITLIST. So they know exactly where they want to start setting up for this kind of a zone, just straight into the crates, where the last 2 times has kind of gone towards too.
Oh yeah, we've had like 2 to 3 crate endings. We've had more crate endings than military base endings, which I think is like just statistically more impossible because crates is smaller than military base. But hey, I mean, last season, last split, we saw a bunch of military base, like barely any crate endings, so I'm all for it. You know, mix it up, change stuff up. Hey, maybe next season we'll see some Jarkey finishes, or better yet, honestly, I think of a zone ending that's quite competitive and not as like just wild. That doesn't ever happen enough is Stalber.
Yeah.
I've seen like one Stalber ending. I just get flashbacks back to when BTR was like in the heydays, right? Like the champion reigning team. And I remember there being a Stalber circle, and it was just an absolute beauty to watch. I feel like Stalber, Circle Gods, if you're listening to me, next split, give us some Stalber action, because it's honestly an area of the map that teams could, you know, set stuff up. We could see, you know, storylines being played out with the positioning they're fighting for. But we'll talk about it if it happens. For now, it's a Western circle that we've seen a lot of times. Nothing too tricky here. I think the only thing we got to watch out for is maybe KBL kind of, you know, feeling themselves now, right? Last game, they picked up, or no, not last game, Miramar. They picked up a lot of eliminations and finished 3rd, being aggressive early. I think Erangel is a great game for that because you could be aggressive early, circle 1, circle 2, circle 3 even, and still manage to get a good rotation in because it's so easy to travel. So I want to see if KBL is switching up their play style when it comes to the very first Erangel match today.
Already pulled up into that 9th place spot for them because of it, so maybe they'll be able to climb more higher, you know, because they're one of the teams that honestly I think all of us, like I'm pretty sure the desk, like in our last segment before the whole thing ended, was like the one team I feel like they were a little bit surprised by is KBL. So today them being able to kind of pick it back up is definitely nice to see. And we're finally getting to that point where the majority of teams have made their first rotation into the zone. You can see Nova here deciding to choose that Comet Compound, and a lot of people making rotations all around them. This time it actually seems like people didn't have as hard of a time making a rotation into this zone.
Yeah, this zone is quite easily rotatable, if that's the...
Rotatable.
Yeah, rotatable. I've also used the word. I've also used the word navigable.
I can't say it. Navigable.
It's very navigational friendly. There's got to be a more succinct word than navigable and rotatable.
Easily traversed. I have no idea.
That's like 2 words. So there's got to be one word. Traversable. That's easier. Yeah, I like traversable better than navigable and rotatable. We'll go with traversable. You know, always looking to improve ourselves as casters, you know, expanding the vocabulary on air, live, while we're working.
For sure.
So we do have some stuff happening in the elimination feed. Wall Street Bets lose 1 player to the Knights. The Knights already picking up another point here. Who knows how much more points they can pick up. It's a toss-up right now.
Oh boy, yeah. I feel like the last couple times we've seen this, people ended up kind of running into each other in rotations. So it's kind of nice not to see that. And the Knights, though, already starting off with 2 eliminations, actually. Where did the first one come from? We just caught 1 here. Already starting off the game with 2 eliminations, only 7 minutes in. So they're just continuing to grab that lead. And unfortunately, it seems like the people that they got out was 1 member from Ace of Spades and 1 member from Wall Street Bet. So that kind of answers that. I was thinking it was 2 members from Ace of Spades, and right now they do not need that to keep happening to them. They need to stay alive, I feel like, in these last couple of matches and get into the late game. I'm not quite sure what's happening with them, but they've clearly gotten shaken. At least they're finding themselves a decent spot inside of this first circle.
It's decent, for sure. It just depends on where the circle will shift. It's a good jumping off point for a lot of option plays as, oh boy, like, action's ramped up. We got teams consistently fighting in Circle 1 where there's a lot of different spaces to be played. It looks like some teams have flipped the switch. They are going for those elimination points, no questions asked. Wall Street Bets going down to now just 1 player, the HITLIST, with 2 elimination points to their name very early on, and I like this. We had a conversation like maybe 2 weeks ago, a week ago, where I was saying some of the more advanced regions, we would see them fight earlier on because teams realize like, hey, this is, early game is a time to take these fights because late game, we're so much more limited in what we could do and we're at the mercy of the circle. So that is being played out as the finals go on. More and more teams, and we're not talking about the Knights or like heavy hitting teams. We're talking about teams that are like the HITLIST and the more like non-experienced teams realizing this and starting to develop their skills more and more.
I agree. I just feel like there has just been a clear increase from all the teams and all of the events I've gotten to see now. So seeing all of them kind of evolve over time is pretty cool, to say the least. This next zone is going to... This next zone shows itself, and it's even more over towards the western side. There's so many teams that are kind of lingering on the east that they got to start getting over there. I'm actually a little excited for this. This could be like south of Georgia Pool, kind of hospital area, that kind of ending. But honestly, that would be pretty interesting. There's some interesting like buildings, hills, and even like some big fields down to the south and southern side of the hospital. That's always interesting to see how people decide to play.
And I think the teams are familiar with this huge western section of the main island. I'm not going to say a lot of circles go here, but just from my days of being a pro player, I just remember playing a lot of scrims where we had to utilize that area.
Yeah.
So teams should be familiar too. They should be able to do some nice setups, hopefully. We'll see how it plays out. I'm hoping it doesn't hard shift back to the east, back to like the boring part of Eranga. I want to, center up or go more west. So fingers crossed for that, as now teams are starting to take up positions we don't really see. We see 2 teams now in North George Pool trying to control that area early on. And this is what, circle number 2?
Yeah.
By the way, this is circle number 2, Span.
Yeah, it's already crazy. I mean, so much of this is already just water as well. Like, I'm taking a look at the entire circle, and there's, like, not a breath of space where there's no team, except for, of course, the northern side of the circle, because nobody wants to be up there anymore. I mean, the circle's not going to shift in that direction is what everybody's thinking. So they're all trying to get across here. And actually, where this fight is happening right now is very unfortunate for one team in particular, and that is APHELION. They're trying to come across that huge bridge right beside this fight that 19 ESPORTS and the HITLIST are having.
Oh, the Hill is actually pushing aggressive, very aggressive. I mean, we saw them do that just a few minutes ago to Wall Street Bets. So they are continuing this style, and hey, it's working out for them. They have put themselves into the front page. So they're sticking with it. They're sticking true to their guns and bullying teams right now. 19 ESPORTS does make a good adjustment, and I feel like the HITLIST, they need to calm down a little bit to reassess, because if you keep blindly pushing like that, mistakes are bound to happen.
It's true.
But for now, the HITLIST are showing dominance. 19E very separated. So I would say the advantage is still in the HITLIST position, but they need to make sure they don't slip up here.
Wow, and APHELION, they just decided to back up. They heard all this commotion. They're like, nope. They went right back up the bridge. They're probably at least just waiting for some sort of a resolution before coming back. Like, that's just an unfortunate kind of situation. Like, that's the only place that they can make a good rotation, and there's people literally fighting on the other side of it. 777 does not find himself in a good spot here. Yeah, Sher taking him down. There's just no moving from that corner, instantly getting the flush. You had pointed out the 19 esports were pretty split in the hit list and start taking advantage of it.
Yeah, I don't think he means to fall off that ledge, but after he did, keep your weapon out. Don't go for that molly right in the face of an opponent. Like, he might have been able to get a knock if he switched to a gun first, but 19E will lose one player as we head into the next circle. A lot of teams on the southern side, you can see that, still rotating in KBL. MEZEXIS behind them. HQA right on top of everyone down there in the south, and the circle will... I'm not upset at it. It is a hard shift to the east, but hey, Mount Everest in play. I'll take it.
I like to see where Nova is playing right now too. They have two compounds like right underneath the side of Everest. Like, it's so good. And I think they even identified like, oh, okay, these spots are going to be highly contested. Time to condense. Just choose the better compound and play from then on, which is it's such a good idea because there's so many people now from the southern side making a drive on in. It looks like HQA finding themselves in a little bit of a pickle here as, whoa, okay, KBL is trying to just entirely surround them in this field. Finger going down. And there we go, the finish coming through. This is the area that I was hoping for, honestly. Like, there's so many fields, barely any compounds. Like, you really have to think and plan how you're going to make your next push around here.
Yeah, we'll see where the teams go. Nova condensed back up. That leaves one of the split sections open to a very good position right underneath Mount Everest to a little bit to the west. I actually prefer that position a little more than where Nova condensed to. But we'll see how it plays out as a few members of the hit list, after, you know, picking up another solo point onto 19E, they're back on the prowl, making their rotation. Let's see what they decide to do here. Looks like they're just driving around to see what's open. They'll find a compound with no shots being taken from, and they will set up right in front of APHELION Esports, south of Hospital Hill.
Taking a look at where everybody is right now, it's definitely just this eastern side now that's just super filled up. So many fights happening everywhere now inside of this elimination feed. I'm not surprised to see the hit list and everybody just in this area are gonna get a big scuffle. Basically, everybody has eye lines on each other, you know, just because there's no way that they can go any further. So this is where they're going to be playing for now, and they're just like trading bullets and knocks for now.
Yeah, everyone's set up. 54 left alive. I don't think we'll see too many casualties. This is Circle 3, right? Circle 3 is actually quite big for Erangel. So with this much territory, landmass in the map still, I think everyone's not taking the fights. Also for good reason, because if it goes up the mountain, it's a whole different game. If it goes off the mountain, it's a whole different game. So teams are still waiting. Where is the decisive fight going to be? Where's the decisive position we need to take? No one still yet knows. So no one's really committing all out for a position or taking the fight. Everyone's still waiting for that to happen.
For sure, yeah. This next zone, I think, will definitely shed some light on that question, and that's what everybody's just holding their breath for now. I'm still surprised. Like, take a look at this, though. Like, there's still a lot of teams that are kind of spread out, though, right next to other teams. They're still trying to see if they could take advantage of the teams right beside them, but now is when they gotta just think of the whole picture of the game. This zone continues to be pulled towards those crates areas. It just loves it up there, and the Knights are gonna be happy about that, since Spec has that spot on the very southern side of crates. Otherwise, it's kind of like a half crate situation, half Everest kind of area, and everybody's just pouring in, as you can see.
Yeah, a lot of teams right now have to migrate to the north. The teams to the south, there's going to be a lot of full send crashes because pretty much no playable area going from the south to the north. Everything's going to be pretty much taken. It's going to be a mad dash for real estate here. Here we got the predictions for top 3, Knights, 19E, and Nova. Definitely some good picks. We have Execute here and the Panthers driving around pretty much almost right on top of each other. Telly's got to make a play. He pops up, gets one, switches to the star. Some nice little lean peeks. Up and down with the crouches. not able to connect the shots, but the mechanics are there. Sometimes the aim needs to connect as well, and Telly will go down. I think Execute's very split up. I'm not even sure where they all are separated on the map, but Panthers will manage to keep 4 up for now.
I was gonna say no clue, but it looks like there's just one of them left, and it's Jason just trying to lay prone inside of these fields, super far to the southern side. He's not even close to this next zone. MEZEXIS is here. Okay, looks like he will be able to get a knock onto one, starting to get that flush as well. MEZEXIS got a little bit distracted because they're taking shots towards KBL. They were also in this area, but honestly, getting that knock, that might be what KBL needed to start being able to get away from MEZEXIS and this fight. Jason, he just has to take this fight by himself now, and MEZEXIS will be able to clean that up, take him down, and now they have to continue into the zone.
Yeah, blue zone closing. At least they pick up that point. I don't think they have any info on where they want to go, though. Maybe they might even just, take a fight with 3 and pick up a few more points and then make a YOLO rotation, because when you're this late into the circle with 3, it almost doesn't matter that you're coming in with 3. There's going to be so many teams, and you're going to get ripped apart as Star Gaming taking the initiative to take over Mount Everest. Ace of Spades has been up here uncontested until now, and Star Gaming, a team that is in the top 5, looking to secure their points here.
That nade was just so nicely placed, getting another knock. He was really the one that was holding the push from Star Gaming to not happen, but that nade just, it ended things. They're going to swiftly just take over the top of Mount Everest that Ace had previously, as you said, and Star Gaming, yeah, this territory is all theirs. They do have to be careful, though, because the other side of Everest usually starts getting contested at some point, and it will for sure shortly. Even teams are trying to find places to play inside of this big open field over towards the eastern side. The HITLIST and the Panthers, like, the fighting does not end for anybody, clearly.
Oh, that's a good nade. He spotted out just a pixel, and it's gonna hurt, but Jachi remains up and shot through the smoke. Very good job by Chico after throwing the nade. He's got to watch his back, though, as I think that might be 19E or APHELION Esports even, taking shots at his flank. Back-to-back is here. Didn't even notice they were in the game, playing quite quiet, but they're in a good position. I think they only have 3 up, though, back-to-back right now, taking a look. Yeah, 3 up with 0 elimination points. Now is the time to play a little bit loud, pick up some points, because that's a decent position. They don't have the zone, so they need to pick up some of those elimination points.
Yeah, they're gonna start making a push at some point, because there's a lot of teams in front of them, and you're right, the zone did start moving away. J-Way, it looks like they're trying to start it, softening everything up with some nades here. Does look like the HITLIST will have some sort of explosion take one of them down. Could have been from all the damage of their utility, and there we go. Big push coming through. J-Way, oh, he almost finished it off with the run over, but they are now officially out, and luckily did not get ripped out of that vehicle because he drove right next to the Panthers. The Panthers, oh my goodness. They're literally right above back-to-back. J-Way tried getting up on top of the hill to save this angle for his team, but I think it's over. The Panthers now in the great position to just look over on top of them.
Yeah, both the Panthers and back-to-back were looking at the HITLIST for points. Now that the HITLIST is gone, Panthers are looking at back-to-back, and yeah, they have the better position, but a double knock, and they get finished, but I think the Panthers will end up losing 2 players as the blue zone's already closing. I'd rather see the Panthers prioritize back-to-back and then HITLIST, because HITLIST was pretty much non-threats. Back-to-back had a bigger threat potential there. But still well played for both teams, picking up whatever points they can, as the circle is closing onto Mount Everest, and Sam, with that shotgun, upgraded from the pump to the DBS, and taking names. The Nova team getting pieced up right now.
Yeah, only 2 of them now left up, trying to make it up on top of this mountain. Honestly, I thought it was Nova that was further up on top of this mountain than anybody else on this side, but KBL just clearly just like shoving themselves in here. Now they're in control of the situation. This is exactly what they were hoping for. That's not going to stop Nova from clearly looking for some points, and a nice double knock for Rin, but fishy.
Dope.
Yeah,
Fishy answered right back. It almost looked like Nova want to get in the buggy to drive right into that pit to confirm those 2 points, right? They knew this uphill battle was very difficult as 2, and those 2 points had a very high chance of just being res if they didn't go for it. Fishy answering right back in time, and Fishy will go out to Frady out from the edge of zone. Frady's still got to run in. KBL looking really good today, somehow fighting their way up here, taking it from Nova and putting out massive firepower. Brady, the star player out of the Panthers. The Panthers have not been doing well at all these finals, but Brady's still trying to make it work. He will go down. Nope, down to 1. Needing to get the reset. They're all stuck in that pit. Explosion will go off, and it chunks some more damage onto a down player, I think.
It definitely does. They're gonna try to kind of bring it back at this point. Looks like there's yet another person above them, but they got taken down. They can go on ahead. If they get these reses going, they could come back pretty strong. How long? Actually, there's only 2 people left down there in the Hell, and KBL clearly will continue to have a good angle on that, so I don't even know if they'd be able to leave this little dip down there. Sam trying to just finish it super quickly with some nades, because right when they get rid of Dope, honestly, they can focus on every other side of this zone. They can totally ignore their back and just continue to push forward into the rest of the teams that are holding the top of Everest.
Yeah, Sam right now just dedicated to flank, make sure they don't run up the hillside, right? Because besides that, they're good because they have the zone. They don't even have to push any other direction. So I almost want to say maybe they should have one player hovering in the middle a little bit more to help out Sam because he is in a 1v2. You know, one knock and then all of a sudden everything falls apart. We'll see how Sam plays this though. If he's playing very disciplined, he can easily pull this off 1v2. Blue zone closing, smokes starting to dissipate. Casper's actually going to separate from his teammate to see if he can find another angle of approach, and that's going to put him in sightlines of the rest of the KBL squad. Sam smartly is going to back up right into zone and take a better position to fight, better support lines for his teammates too to provide for him.
The 2 Dope members splitting up like that, though, is actually pretty smart. Now Sam, that's the main one watching this angle, is going to have an even more difficult time. That's why now Joey has to look in that direction, too. It's really only Quan kind of holding down the front line for KBL, and that is exactly what they don't want to be doing right now. They want to only be focusing on what's in front of them, but they just can't because of the existence of Dope. The Knights go out now as well. Xenox was the only one alive, super far up on the northern side. He was caught out. Honestly, Star Gaming, with all 4 members still up on top of this mountain, that is such a strong position that they have.
And I love how they took the initiative early on to fight Ace of Spades up here. No other team fought for the mountaintop until it was absolutely necessary. So Star Gaming with a heads-up play, getting rewarded heavily for it. It's not over yet. I know KBL is kind of sandwiched between a lot of players, and one of them is knocked, and Star Gaming has firm control over everything. But we've seen zones like this where even Star Gaming could potentially slip up as KBL knocks one of Dope, clearing their flank a little bit more, one person at a time.
Yeah, now they're just wondering, where is Casper? They do not like this. They're still focusing over there instead of... Oh man, they're just in such a bad spot. I mean, even the solo from HQA, Lubu, is actually coming down from the southern side right behind them. So KBL are just having to deal with a lot of broken up teams here, and that might honestly be what makes them not be able to win this game. Not necessarily because of Star Gaming having 4 people up, but because everybody can really get up this mountain from where KBL are. Even APHELION, we'll have to wait and see if that's kind of the angle that they're going to be taking a look at. This zone actually shifting in at the advantage for APHELION, but big nades from Star Gaming. We obviously know where they're going to try and push first.
I like the idea of setting up more control, but you never set up control within nade range. That was a big mistake out of KBL. That nade should have been easily expected. So a little bit of a slip up, and then the solo pops up and takes down another KBL player. KBL now down to 1, but we were saying they were caught in a very difficult situation to begin with. So it's not like they really threw a huge opportunity. Star Gaming now looking more and more dominant. APHELION Esports is the only real team that could challenge them with 3 members still up.
Yeah, and I like that what they're actually doing right now. Look at how split they are in that mini map. Like, the zone came to them and they're just splitting up to make sure that they don't know where they are. Sam again with the DBS strikes, and Star Gaming members lose 1 person. So that's really helping out Star Gaming go against these other teams. Wait a second. I don't know what happened. I blinked, and there's so many members of APHELION now gone. They were spread out previously, but now there's just 1 person up on the northern side. Whatever they were trying to do clearly did not work out, and now Star Gaming still has the dominancy here. It's just them versus 3 solos.
Yeah, 3 solos. Sam can make a hero play. Maybe he'll get this nade knock. No, he does not. Brand smartly backs up a little bit. Zone's closing. I think Sam has to make a move. Casper as well. And all the solos, they're going to run into each other, if anything. And just like that, yeah, Casper backstabs Sam, giving Star Gaming even more control. Now it's a 3v1. APHELION Esports getting second place. That's not bad. A little bit of a breath of life out of this team as they've been struggling quite a bit. But Star Gaming, one of them gets knocked, however. Nate, if he could get one more nice knock, but it's going to be a double peak. Nate's got his back put against him, and Nate will go down. That is Star Gaming getting a nice chicken. And Star Gaming was already in the top 5, so that's going to boost them up and maybe, take another team further down that top 5 position.
Yeah, they're very happy with that. 10 eliminations and 1,300 damage. Them fighting for that top of the mountain was just a really good choice for them. Just not even just because the zone ended up going there. Honestly, from that top position, they were probably able to get a lot of information, participate in a lot of fights in general.
Definitely so. We're gonna head to the highlights real quick, and we'll be back with more PUBG Mobile action.
Woo! Welcome back. Star Gaming getting a chicken dinner on that one. Also starts off APHELION Esports putting up some numbers as well. How do you guys feel about that?
It's Evers finish? Really? We haven't seen that in so long. And this is why our picks were based on teams that were already kind of near North George, okay? The crates, where everybody was. But no, the Circles was like, you know what? Let's finish top of Everest, Jukes.
Yeah. I mean, I just picked Knights because Knights, So that's about as far as my data went.
I picked 19E, bro. And then they just send it in front of Knights.
Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. That's how it works, though. Sometimes in the prediction game, you never know what's going to happen inside of PUBG Mobile. This is what we see as our prediction results so far. 7 and I are tied. Glitter with 3. Glitter, how you feeling?
I'm feeling a little bit safe, but not like super safe because today's not going well for anyone. So it's kind of a crapshoot with who's going to get some points on the board before tomorrow.
Yeah. I got 1 point.
You got 1 point out of 3 games, though. No one's doing great today.
That's true. That's true. That's true. We've been hidden and missing, but you know what? These teams have definitely been hitting it. And of course, you know what always hits is Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Unleash that beast. Glitter, I think it's time we take a look here at the match rankings, see how that one all turned out. And yeah, some teams that really needed some points ended up getting some here today.
This was kind of all over the place, okay? And obviously, Star Gaming having a phenomenal chicken dinner here. 10 elims plus the placement points. 25 points is going to be very, very good for Stars, especially when it comes to staying within that top 5 bubble. This is a huge match for them. But then everything else got a little weird. I think maybe in a good way. I mean, APHELION needed to step up. I feel like today, or even just this weekend, they've kind of started their path to the return to glory from that phase 1 performance that we saw and we know they're capable of. 6 elims for them, and then Dope matches those elims as well, having a slower start to the day, so they needed to have a big performance to play a little bit of catch up. So 16 points for Dope will be huge. Korean barbecue lovers, not just the Korean barbecues. Korean barbecue lovers wanting to continue jumping up from almost last place, so they get 6 elims. And then I'm skipping over the Knights entirely because the Panthers. I'm excited for the Panthers here. They didn't get those placement points 7, but this is kind of like a small glimpse of what they're capable of with the 6 elims. At least they were aggressive.
Yep, that's exactly it. At least they were aggressive. A team that needs to be a lot more aggressive and start getting a lot more points. Back to back. Usually we used to seeing them kind of pop off in finals. Right now, nowhere near. They're not looking like the defending champions of North America. Come on, back to back. And then with that, I mean, Nova, 1 point. Fall off a bit there from what they were doing with in regards to Knights, just going back and forth there in the first couple matches. And then Execute. We've been talking about this team, like, what's going on with these teams? We're having teams that are stepping up in a big way with what we just saw, Star Gaming, right? We have APHELION, and then some that are just going, poof.
Yeah, I mean, 6 matches today, maybe have some, you know, reserving some energy, right, towards that end of the day. I don't know. There's so many different possibilities here. I mean, as good as you are of a team, you just never know when you just all of a sudden can have a squad, even if it's Dope Esports, right? Come from the side and just wipe your team out, you know. And one team that was doing some pretty good wiping today, Glitter, at least in this match, right, was Korean barbecue lovers. I think we're finally starting to see a little bit of, you know, choo-chooing on that train. I know you wanted to take a look at their stats.
Are we taking a look at their stats right now? All right. We'll take a look at their stats then because they have dramatically improved. This is what I thought we were doing. Well, first of all, we get to see their damage here. So we'll get to see their damage and their elims. But actually, once again, 7, I'm more impressed by the fact that followed right behind Korean barbecue lovers, it's Panthers.
Yes. I mean, 6 eliminations. The conversion, like if you compare theirs to Star, obviously Star had the positioning, they had so much time, and they were able to see everything going around them, pretty much 360. But yeah, the Panthers, I mean, we have to give them props because they're starting to be aggressive, and this is one team. They need to make some changes. They need to make it now. They cannot wait. And then we go all the way up to Nova.
Wait.
800 damage for Nova, but 0 elims, Glitter.
I was hoping you would call that out. I don't think we've seen that this season so far.
Ooh, look at this, Glitter.
Okay. All right, and then these are the stats that I was talking about. So this is yesterday in finals versus today in finals. Now, we called them out. They struggled yesterday. They didn't look so good, and you can see that reflected here in their average stats. Okay, they were only averaging 2.5 elims per match, a very low average survival time, and some damage, but not a lot to really do much with. And now, in comparison to today, I mean, we've got almost 400 average. That's average damage. Averaging over 7 elims and over 22 minutes for survival time. 7. I don't know what they changed from yesterday to today, but it's working, and I like it.
I can tell you, the main thing that changed is Kwan. My boy Kwan currently has 8 eliminations, and he has dealt 1,300 damage. And also Joey has been popping off too. So this is what happens, right? When you have those players. Yesterday, Joey didn't really have one of the best performances. They kind of fell off a little bit. We kind of see that there. And then now they're stepping it up, and we're seeing how they're performing.
Man, I mean, they've been performing pretty well. You know, one team that we had saw, yeah, I'm on the Joey fan club all day long. You know, and I know there's a lot of people that are on the Execute, you know, fan club as well, 7. And we saw just a great shining light from them yesterday. And today, you know, I just don't think that light is shining as bright. Why do you think that is?
Yeah. I can tell you. It's fate. Actually, it's not putting up the numbers that he's been putting up before. Alongside Sixless, currently after 3 games, he has a big old donut in regards to eliminations. You can kind of see all of those players not performing well reflect on their stats, right? You see average damage yesterday, 1,100. Today, only 551. Then we go down to the average eliminations, 5.8 for yesterday. Today, so far, only 1.6 7. And the only people that are actually being able to put up eliminations for this team right now, Fate, after 3 games, he only has 1. And then Jason, after 3 games, he has 4. So it comes down to just players not being able to perform. They have been getting caught off super early. You can see that reflect on the average survival time. If this team can just play a little bit more patient, show me some of that greatness that they were showing me yesterday, wait for the right term to rotate or just mix it up with what we were seeing yesterday, I think we can possibly start seeing the execute that we saw yesterday. But even after that, right, Fate still needs to perform, and Jason needs to keep on doing what he's doing. Telly too, like Telly, we need to see you, baby.
Yeah. You know, I think that's what we need. I think we need one good game from Execute. One good game, and that's just kind of just gets the juices flowing again. You know, they all of a sudden get that confidence back that we saw from yesterday. And it's hard. It's really hard to bounce back. You know, for anybody that's never played competitive before, once you start getting in that mindset, you start putting in that work, you have a really long, dull phase, man, you got to have some kind of joy, right? Something to just get that team trucking, glitter, right? Well, hopefully we can see exactly how it happens here in this next one. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the game.
Into Miramar. We still got 1 game after this, but the action has been so fast-paced. Start Gaming with a really good win that last match. We're back onto Miramar, though. So the previous Miramar, very, easy circle. Smack in the middle. But no matter where the circle has been today and yesterday, I'd have to say, we're seeing a lot of teams take those early game fights, which have been, keeping up the pace of the action very nicely throughout the entirety of the day.
Yeah, I definitely don't disagree. There's been a lot of interesting early game fights. Last Miramar, it was 2 teams all the way over towards that western side. KBL at that just immediately, like there was something that was different from KBL. Even in that first match, first Miramar, it was KBL that had gotten in that fight and had won that. So now, like all 3 games that we've seen so far, like KBL has been stepping it up and kind of continuing to be aggressive. So I think that is just kind of what they came into. Just for today in general. So yeah, right, after this match there'll be 2 more afterwards, and I'm kind of expecting for that trend to continue.
Yeah, we'll see how this game goes right now. I think game by game, everything's been kind of different. We had the consistency out of the Knights and Nova so far, right? Nova is answering back. Knights are just answering back a little bit harder. As for all the other teams, a little bit up and down, right? KBL stepping up today, but not showing up day 1. Star Gaming, very consistent and just popping off on that last game a little bit. I think that's like right to Star Gaming's like motto, right? Because we saw throughout the league stage, they weren't a team that we talked about too much as far as explosive performance, but they're so far up there in the points every single time. And it's just that quiet consistency. And they had a spark that last game, which boosted them up even more.
Oh, for sure, yeah, and Star Gaming definitely feeling themselves once again. I mean, we noticed that in the league play that Star Gaming was really doing some insane things, so to see that starting to really come back inside these finals, not too surprising to see, I guess I could say. This plane path and circle are mean to each other once again. The plane path decided to go to the east, the circle going to the west. That just feels like the trend for these finals for sure, Sute. And that still means, like, even while this zone isn't too bad, that does just mean that people are going to have to make a big first rotation. So this is usually the time where they want to loot as much as possible and then get moving. They won't be afforded that luxury, basically. They're going to have to figure out that good balance on, okay, we've got the minimal amount of stuff that we need, but we want to make sure that we're going to get something good inside the zone, so we got to leave a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Seeing the zone on that western side, like you said, so many western zones, I think it's... Would you say teams should expect a western zone, or do you still think it's just complete RNG? Like,
oh no, it's RNG, but
it's RNG.
It's like just the trend of this finals for sure, though, which is a little bit weird.
I mean, we've had so many like crate like areas. Like,
Yeah.
okay, we've had a lot of western zones on Erangel, right?
Yeah.
But every time it's always to the north. We haven't seen a southwestern. So it's a 50-50 when it goes west, north or south, but every time it's always been in the northern area. So, like, I mean, there's almost no reason to debate this, because at the end of the day, if there is some kind of circle algorithm, well, I'm not going to be able to crack it. I don't think anyone is going to be able to crack it. And honestly, it just still comes down to which team is the most adaptable in every situation. MEZEXIS
Exactly.
taking some shots at Flash right there with the mini, but he will get away scot-free.
Yep, look at him driving away. That's of course not going to stop you here from trying there, as all of Dope actually are finally just leaving Los Leones there. I think they realize that they want to get out of Los Leones and start making that rotations that we were talking about. Like, we're 4.5 minutes into the game, but a lot of people are actually already making that rotation since it's so far away. So Dope might actually get in front of MEZEXIS since they're leaving a little bit earlier, but they're definitely not the soonest leaving team. There's a lot of people already making their way inside the zone, already in front of Dope, and so on.
A lot of rotations here. I think we might see one team get into fight as per usual, like every single time, but this Western Circle does kind of hit hard. Like Miramar, I think teams prioritize rotations a little more than fighting when it's like very west, given all those hilly, mountainous terrains. So we might see a couple more teams set up, and we did see a lot of these Western Circles. So I think teams are getting a really good idea of what areas to really prioritize and what's worth it to take a fight.
Oh boy. Whoa! Almost crashing into a tree there. I'm actually interested in what the Panthers are doing right now. They're super far down to the southern side, making that rotation. Literally on the southernmost road, they're going to be going into Valdemar, and from there's a lot of options actually open for them to choose from. La Driera, honestly, that area is kind of looking the most appealing, at least to me right now, that they could even go for. They might not go that far into the zone, though, since there are a lot of unknowns on what's going to be in front of them. But if they do get that far, like, that's going to be such a huge spot for them. Same with back-to-back, actually, they're just chilling here in Monte Nuevo, which is great for them. There's some fighting, actually, that just happened along the road. It looks like HQA caught out only one member of the hit list, got that elimination, and now are continuing on with their rotation. But the hit list, they're finding themselves a little bit too spread out, that they couldn't even do anything to attempt to try and save that one team member.
Yeah, quick point right there. The hit list. We saw them be very aggressive throughout the day this time around, not getting the better end of things. So I respect the fact that, they're going to stick to this because it has been slowly getting them those points. And with how close the scores are, right, every time we see the overall leaderboards, I think teams are starting to realize it's not really about the chicken dinner anymore that boosts you up. Like, yes, the chicken dinner will be huge, but because the point spread is so close, if you just nab 4 elimination points each game, it'll just keep you right within striking range, which is the important part, right?
Mm-hmm.
The second you fall out of that striking range, then it's like, oh, you got to change up your game style. You got to rely on getting a little bit lucky with the circle. But if you can pick up like 4 to 5 elimination points every game, you're constantly padding yourself to not fall out of that striking range.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at least what I used to always say is try and get at least like 6 to 8 points per match. That's kind of like the sweet spot. Obviously you want to aim for more, but that's kind of like the minimum, honestly. So that's what everybody's hoping for. That's why I even think that some of these teams that are getting aggressive earlier on are realizing, like, okay, it's time to start padding their points even earlier in the game if we're not getting what we want consistently, if we noticed that yesterday. So that's why I think, like, kind of the adaptation of the teams coming into this day too is quite interesting, mostly being KBL so far. Some other teams are changing things up as well, one of them also being Nova, actually stepping it up here. They're the next team that's making their rotation in, and honestly a good amount of people made it in front of them already. The very center of the zone already packed. Am I surprised? No. A lot of these teams have been moving, but it's just a lot of time for these guys to be rotating.
The Knights actually dead center of the first circle. We rarely see that out of the Knights. They always play off center or from the edge, but it's Miramar, and that center position by the Knights give them a lot of options too, right? Usually a lot of teams don't play dead center. Well, I mean, Knights don't usually play dead center because it kind of traps them in, and they don't like to be surrounded by teams. But that area of the map gives them a lot of different option plays, a lot of different pressure controls to space teams out. So we are seeing Knights in the center for like once Nova coming in from the east side, they're definitely going to have to learn to play from more of the edge of the circle for this Miramar match.
Oh boy, yeah, that is kind of like a switch of roles. So that'll be interesting to see how that continues to roll out. The zone continuing over to the west. I feel like a broken record at this point, Zute. The zones are just loving it over here on the western side, and this is going to be interesting until the end game because the terrain here is just a whack, I guess I'll say, in summary. But HQA and the HITLIST, they have something out for each other. They've already had one person taken down on the side of the HITLIST from HQA, but I feel like this isn't the first time that they've been running into each other today.
No, not at all. HITLIST trying to get an off angle off of that knock, but Crystal Pig spaced even further back as a safety net gets the re-knock. And Jachi, he's got to come up huge. Takes a little bit of damage, but he can line both Faker up and the player right behind him. Cooking that nade, he's forced to take out the nade.
Way.
He should get the trade, so he gets the trade, but the follow-up trade is there. No teams close by to third party, luckily for HQA. Very valiant fight out of the HITLIST, but sometimes you really just don't win them all. Knights have rotated a little bit closer to the center off that western shift, and getting into a little bit of a fight with back-to-back, but back-to-back, they want nothing of it. Getting flashbacks to that Sandhog match where they just got wiped so quickly. They just want to space out and contain the Knights rather than taking a straight-up fight.
Yeah, now the Knights are in their territory, though. That's why this fight is happening back-to-back. This is where they drop, and this is where they've been the entire time. I am a little nervous for them because taking a look at the map, like, they're clearly spread, right? I mean, they landed in the entirety of Monte Nuevo, and Monte Nuevo is a big place. So if they had one person closer to the Knights where they ended up crashing, but everybody else, they're kind of doing like a four corners kind of thing. So they got to start condensing potentially.
You were talking about role reversal, right? Nova kind of playing like the Knights given the positions. This is exactly what the Knights would do. They would see a fight happen in the elimination feed, get the info, and try and set up on the team, but the Nova team can't do it as cleanly as the Knights. I mean, that is why Nova plays the way Nova does, and that's why the Knights play the way the Knights does. Nova will suffer one casualty right there. HQA, I mean, they already picked up 5 points now. They might actually want to go aggressive on the Nova team and take this 4v3.
That's true. Nova, they're clearly just trying to get out of there, though, so maybe they won't be able to catch on up. But yeah, HQA, like, they're not even near their vehicles, kind of just running around here. So they were definitely waiting for Nova to kind of peek back over that ledge that they had there, but it's not going to happen. Rin's still going to peek on over, make sure that they aren't going to be making that big push. And, I mean, it's not. It seems like that might be over. Only one member of Nova actually entirely left that fight, maybe to get more information, but I don't know. I feel like that'd be a weird altercation to continue. We'll have to see. A couple of shots being fired down to the southern side as well. Inside the blue zone, a couple of teams are making rotations around here, and that's why we're seeing some of them get just close enough where some shots are going to start ringing out.
Blue zone closing in. Next circle. Is it going to go further to the west? It may very likely just do that. Knights constantly readjusting their positions every time the camera is on them. Just getting more and more info, getting better and better positioning. So love to see how proactive they are when they are playing center zone, right? Some teams, when they get center, they'll just sit and wait. Knights, if they're a center for a circle, they'll keep hunting for the next best position. And it does go to the west. Once again, I think you summarized the circle perfectly. It is whack. Yeah, it is very strange to fight in this area. There's some pockets of zone control, but that's about it. Everything else, you could have teams just get in front of you and play the ridges, and then it gets really messy here. And there's like that giant mountaintop high ground that just kind of rules over everything. But it's hard to get eliminations up there as well because teams just creep right underneath you, and then they just live right underneath. So it's like a very whack zone, to put it simply.
That's why even just taking a glance at it, it looks like Execute might have the best spot here, but honestly, like, they can't see anything to their eastern side. Like, that is just, like, they just get to ignore that side because there's nothing that they can do over there. So there's basically, like, two halves. Like, there's two different systems happening here, I guess I'll just say. Like, there's going to be fighting over to the eastern side, fighting over to the western side, basically, due to the terrain that's going to be happening. And the high and low ground, as you were touching on too, is also going to be a big part of it too. And now, since everybody is now, they're like, oh, it almost has all the teams inside of this zone now. That's when things are going to get the most interesting, of course.
Yeah, we still got teams rotating in though. Not full-out engagements just as of yet, but the real estate's definitely small enough to warrant some teams getting into full engagement. You see the Knights players driving back and forth, maybe to bait out some shots, bait out some info, as WALLSTREETBETS is positioned right here on the high ground, on the edge of zone. Looks like the Knights are going to just group up together and not try and risk anything too much, which I agree with. You know, if you take control of this hillside, you don't get much because... I mean, the circle shifts off you. You got to go one certain direction regardless. And WALLSTREETBETS are playing on the complete other side of that hill. So probably not a full-out engagement of any means coming out. We have Dope on the southwest. This is the last member of Dope hiding in a nice little nook. They're not even going to be able to see that buggy to know someone's there.
Yeah, and luckily nobody's driving up there just yet. You can see in front of them, like some of them are driving that high, but they're not going exactly where he is, and that's going to keep him safe for now. Person now going to get in his vehicle, but yeah, like not even going to make a rotation up there. They are going to stay over to the western side though. Like that's one of the good things about being this far over to the west, like to the west of that road, is usually teams can make pretty easy rotations over there without really getting punished, and there's a lot of dips that you can play in if need be.
Luckily for Dope, Ace of Spades got a knock on a MEZEXIS. That's going to kind of distract their attention from maybe you know, exploring that little pocket a bit more. So Dope will survive for now, but there's still 15 teams alive. And oh,
nice.
Jeez.
I love it.
That is, I don't know how the Knights are going to navigate this one. Like, that's rough. That
Zero
is
clue.
extremely rough.
Yeah, usually I've seen a good amount of these zones happen, and I feel like usually the teams that are already inside of the good compounds on this side are the ones that are obviously there into the end game. And the Panthers, and even more so, the compound the MEZEXIS is at is just so strong.
MEZEXIS, like the Panthers, I almost feel like no teams could just really do a full-on crash without getting banged up on their way, because there's so many teams on different edges. Here you see one team trying to full send. It is Star Gaming. They're going to full send right into a full squad of MEZEXIS. Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. I doubt Star Gaming is going to make something happen here. Yeah, immediately on pull-up, one player goes down. MEZEXIS has all the info necessary. Star Gaming will manage to keep up. 2 players? No, 3. Nesquik actually on the opposite of the side of the road, trying to find a different position to maybe support or just play in general.
I'm so not surprised. This compound is so good that another team crashing onto it, I'm not surprised by whatsoever. It really seems like they want to try to like be neighbors, maybe even the way that they're kind of just waiting for something to happen. But MEZEXIS, I don't know. I wouldn't want to let that happen. It seems like they can't really do anything about it right now. Look at that. They're actually like backing up from it. Hayuya actually leaving. All of them actually leaving here. That's going to give Inactive the confidence to kind of push forward and make sure that they're fully gone. But I'm surprised. I don't know. I'm surprised that they decided to make that crash. And I guess I'm surprised that they decided to pull off of that just like that.
The road dips. That's a more obscure spot. But on the left side or the west side of that road, there's a pocket that dips down deep enough where you could just lay prone and survive for quite a while, even if there's a team on the high ground above you, because they have to be wide in the open to look down into that dip, which exposes them to sightlines on the eastern side of things. So I think Star Gaming is doing exactly just that. Hayuya playing a little bit more aggressive, though, trying to see if he can find some high ground positions, and...
Did that not? Oh, it did get him. For a second, I was like, what was that, like, dip there? Just weird enough where the boogie just went right on over. But yeah, that road dip that you're talking about is actually closer to Hayuya and Brian, to be honest. Like, I'm surprised that Nesquik was as up north as he was, because that's not really where that dip is that you're talking about. And because of that, he actually got knocked. Like, I don't think there's any way that he's going to get res back by his team.
I think once you're forced to play in very like tight areas of the zone, you should spread out because you never know. Maybe he gets a little bit luckier and doesn't get knocked, and they get another foothold somewhere else. I mean, at this point, they're a 3-man squad, but they can't function as a 3-man squad. So just split up. The Knights have made it into the edge of zone. Nova, you know, coming from a similar area, got eliminated. I believe another team on that northeastern side got eliminated. So the Knights do make it in, but they're on the edge, and they got to fight KBL now. A little bit worried for Korean barbecue lovers. I mean, they're in a great position and everything, but it's just simply because of the Knights. You know, if the Knights are pushing into you, got to be a little bit careful. Another hard shift down to the south, centering right onto Star Gaming. MEZEXIS with the best spot as a compound, but they got to defend against maybe a full send from some other team.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's going to have to happen, right? Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of people just making full sense trying to Brian for Star Gaming's little dip down there. This fight is actually breaking out, though, so focusing on that, the Knights is going to get the advantage first, getting some knocks and official eliminations onto KBL. I was curious to see if back-to-back might start getting involved, but since this zone shifted, they're instantly making a move on over to that, so I do think this is just straight up going to be between the Knights and KBL.
Look at how disciplined Joey was with his burst fire, and even then, with that small peak, he almost got knocked. I mean, the Knights are just a force to be reckoned with. Joey, the Joey with the DBS close range, gets out-traded still. Acer, though, from an off angle, gets a knock, but it's fair to say KBL has lost all control of the zone and this area. The Knights are just going right ahead of them to prioritize the rotation and fight further in. They are going to lose. Actually, they may not even lose Coops. Coops could crawl down for the revive, and the Knights will just take another fight with back-to-back with all 4 players up, and they took down 2 of KBL. Joey, also a chance of getting revive. We'll see how this plays out. This eastern side is going to get really messy here. A 3-way fight happening.
Yeah, and I'm a little, it's just so unfortunate. This is the only spots that they're kind of identifying as places that are playable, but there is actually another playable spot that's like just to the side of MEZEXIS. There's a huge ridge right on the left side of that rock face there. So if these teams like went there, that'd probably be a really strong spot, but I guess you don't want people filling in behind you either. So they're deciding to take that fight to make sure nobody will be right behind. Another team does in fact make the crash into MEZEXIS just like we were predicting, and it's actually Execute. So far doing
nice job.
Yeah, they're actually making it happen in this situation. I think it's only Remix left.
Yeah, Execute hasn't had a single member knocked either, so really good job out of Execute. Usually these kind of full send crashes get really messy, especially for teams like Execute, right? Things get too chaotic and they get pieced apart, but this time they have a clean victory over this team. It looks like the Panthers, though, looking to do the same. Maybe they were hoping to get a third party with one of Execute knocked. Execute with all 4 up. With really good defense. Jason coming in with the clutch, getting the opening, gets traded though. Now it's back down to 3v3.
I was going to say that's going to be really hard for him to hold out against an entire team, but the Panthers decided to make this crash as well as the fight's happening. Like, that's not a bad choice either. Which team will finish in top 3 is the question for this match, though. Hot Jukes choosing APHELION, the 7 chooses Execute, and Glitter chooses MEZEXIS. Look at that, eliminated. Actually, the Knights go out. Back-to-back wins that altercation.
Yeah, Knights had to fight Korean barbecue lovers and back-to-back. I think they did a lot of damage regardless. Back-to-back right now, down to just 1 player, getting a reset up to 3. So it came really close for back-to-back getting wiped out. But the zone, you know, once again shifts away from that eastern side to the west, to the left. We go. Star Brain gets knocked right there. He was in that zone in that dip, but does get caught out. Does get found, and like you said, Hwayuya's in the dip deeper down. APHELION Esports is still here with 4 players. This is a really good opportunity for APHELION Esports to get a massive amount of points and shoot themselves up the leaderboards.
For sure. I like that they're taking it slow as well, just waiting for people to get closer as of right now, because I don't need to be doing anything big and aggressive just yet. Those nades, I was going to say, making me nervous. Oh, just fully take out Zuko there. They're like, there's nothing they can do to try and save their teammate in that situation, and that's going to be a big push for the Panthers. I mean, they're starting to soften it up. They want to make that big push actually happen. Looks like MEZEXIS is finally cleaned up by Execute as well. APHELION, no way. Trick tries to go further inside the zone. He's taken down 2. There's just 2 of them left on the northern side, and they're just being peppered by the utility of the Panthers.
It might come down to the Panthers and Execute on the eastern side of the road.
Yeah.
Like, APHELION Esports got a better position, but they are getting bombarded with those grenades. I think the Panthers might have ran out, as Nate and Snowmix right now can take a second to breathe. Oh, actually,
They have
the
another.
Panthers, no, the Panthers have more, but they're focusing on their side of the road, which I think is great. All right, if they could take control of this side of the road, they could wait until the next zone to still take advantage of APHELION. So Execute right now does have 2 members. Same with the Panthers. It's going to be a little bit of a 2v2. The Chosen also on the southern side, I think they're going to want to push up north into Execute as well, as crossing the road must mean certain death right now for any team on either side.
Oh yeah, it's basically like no man's land as of right now, right? When you step foot on that, everybody's going to be able to spot you out and take those shots. Some nice utility coming through from Execute. They see the smokes that the Panthers have put down, so they know that some sort of push is happening. They want to make sure to at least hold that off for as long as possible because they're actually split attention here. One person's looking up to the north to the Panthers, and the other is clearly looking down at the Chosen. Looks like the Chosen will just be sub-pig left, but the Panthers are still all up, and Frady getting the knock onto Telly. Execute is not going to be happy about this. MEZEXIS is the last one alive. A little bit of a distraction coming through from Sub-Pig. Sixless is able to succeed in that, actually. And I don't even think, he doesn't even have to worry about Sub-Pig anymore. Both of them are gone. Execute can get that res, and 2 of them will still be up.
Sixless, the deadliest snake there is. If he's prone and in grass, he'll make stuff happen, and that is exactly what happened there. And he'll also get the revive, too, onto Telly. Zone, however, has shifted across the road. So as hard as Execute has fought every step of the way in, the circle shows them no love. We still got the 2 players north of Execute, APHELION Esports. We got back-to-back as a 2-man, and Star Gaming. Star Gaming really surviving it out. Ayuya here should get taken down here, and he will go down. It's a 3-way 2v2 with no one really having the zone.
No, but everybody's going to start trying to have to figure this one out. I mean, APHELION, they're the closest for sure. They can just continue to crawl on down there. But the thing is that then, look, even here, they have that tree as cover from back-to-back to the southern side. But anything forward to that, like back-to-back, is just going to be able to like look on over and see them clear as day in the open. It's not a good spot for any of these teams. Execute having to run across the open road, like, it's so bad. That's why they're actually grabbing these vehicles. This might be some good cover for them, but they're trying to wait for as long as possible so that others might take the fight first. Yeah, here we go.
It's Polo goes down to play zone though, so that's gonna give Execute the feeling of, hey, we could take out at least one team here for sure. They might get third partied, but they're going for the play. Six is actually going up onto the high ground. That buggy's gonna give them good cover. Telly kind of stopped in the open, and now it's a 2v1. Sixes didn't manage to get a trade, and he will go down. APHELION with a huge chicken dinner, and oh boy, I mean, for anybody to get into the top 5 with zones like that, good job to them. But APHELION making a comeback right now, and we heard Seven mention it, right? They took out Clown, their IGL that they used to run with, replaced them with another member on the roster, and I would say they're definitely doing better. But we're gonna go to the highlights and have the desk break it on down.
we're back. Hope you guys are enjoying this show so far. APHELION Esports end up with that chicken dinner there, and myself at 7 end up getting one more additional prediction point, and I believe it is now a 3-way tie. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. Glitter, how do you feel about it? How do you feel about that?
Uh-oh.
What's
She
that
did
one
the
term they
eyebrow
say?
raise, bro. She did the
Oh
eyebrow
no.
raise.
I
Not
feel
the
like
knuckles.
it really just we've leveled the playing field, and now it just comes down to the last 2 games. Nothing else matters prior to what we did, because now it's a 0-sum game. You know.
Yeah, she capping. I feel like esports did really good though.
It's back to the drawing board, baby. You know what? I'll tell you what. It's about time I think we talk about APHELION Esports, right? Because it's been a long time. We've been talking about this over and over and over again. And boom, now they finally show up. Who knows why? You know, some roster changes.
Who knows
some things.
why?
I love to see it here. Let's take a look here at the match ranking 7 and see where everybody ended up. 22 points, actually tying with Execute here.
I wish I was a nicer human like you, Mr. Who Knows Why. APHELION Esports, first place. What a change. What a difference we're seeing out of this team. 22 points. Also, Execute. By the way, HITLIST, thank you so much for getting me that extra point there, being able to clutch up that top 3. That, man, I like it. I like what I saw there. 10 eliminations, by the way, for Execute. 22 points. And then another team, Glitter, that we've been trying to hype up for a minute now. We've been saying, where have you been? Back to back. Finally show up here, Glitter.
We love that because we wanted to see if they were going to thrive under pressure. They've done it before, and they've claimed victory. This time around, they haven't looked that confident, and it's nice to see them having a little bit of a bounce back here. Hopefully this continues. Hopefully this isn't just a flash in the pan, and we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Star Gaming up here again with some more points. The Chosen having another strong performance. HQA managing to get 7 elims out of this one. And, you know, there was a moment where I was getting very excited for the Panthers. I thought they were going to have another strong performance, and they weren't able to handle some of their engagements up against APHELION Esports and the like. So they're almost there. They're slowly creeping back. It's just not 100% the Panthers that we know and love so far. And then, of course, the Knights coming in with a little bit of aggression for those 5 elims, but they got taken out as soon as they tried to make rotation as that circle was shrinking down. And then the second page, 7, is becoming an unfortunately familiar place for some squads that we might want to not see on the second page.
Yeah, I think one of them is gonna be WALLSTREETBETS, actually. And of course, no, but first, WALLSTREETBETS, like, you guys started off the day today, if I'm not mistaken, you were in 5th place. Right now, oh man, with this performances, it's not looking good. Same with Nova. Nova started off the day really, really great, and then absolutely slowed down. Luckily for them, we do have a Sandhawk coming up. I feel like that they've been using that match, especially yesterday. They used that match to kind of reset in a way, get some extra points, and try to carry some momentum. So maybe Nova will be able to do something at Sandhawk.
You know what I hear? I hear doors opening. Okay, that's what's happening.
Of opportunity?
I hear doors of opportunity opening for a lot of different squads here, you know, because the teams that we've seen at the top not really having that consistency here is leaving that door open for other teams to put up some big matches. And really, it only takes a couple, right? It only takes a couple matches, couple 30-point games, and you are in the running for this one, Glitter.
I'm actually interested, and we're going to check that out in just a little bit to see what that has done to those overall standings. So I think things are going to be changing and gaps are going to be closing, so it should be pretty spicy. But we need to check out our damage from this last game, because there were so many teams that did well in the damage department, just not in the placement points, okay? And, like, apparently not in the elim conversion either when it comes to Panthers. I mean, over 1,700 damage and only able to get 3 elims for that in comparison to Execute and APHELION, who were close to that amount of damage and were able to get 10 and 7 respectively. And then the fact that, I mean, we've got Ace of Spades up here again at almost 1k damage, and they weren't able to get too many placement points. We know Knights were only able to get 1 placement point, but 5 elims for over 1,300 damage. 7, and you know what? At least back-to-back is up here with over 1,300 damage, because, like we said, it's starting to improve a little bit.
Yeah, just show us some kind of life back-to-back, and that's exactly what they did here. Now, can you follow up with that?
I think we need to see that. I mean, we really bomb match, those 30-point games. You know what? I think it's time we take a look at the overall leaderboards. I know everybody's been waiting for it. Let's see where everybody lines up after this one. And the Knights have officially broke the 200 mark.
Knights. Okay, that's just Knights doing nice things. Start Gaming, Execute, and look how far Nova has actually fallen from second place all the way to fourth. And now, APHELION with the performances that they just have, Glitter, fifth?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm impressed that Star and Execute are tied now. Nova will probably be safe, and I feel like we're at least close to where that point bubble is going to be, because you do see a little bit of a point drop off there from 4th to 5th. So APHELION still has a little bit of work to get, or at least to get to that point bubble, and then they have a little bit of cushion between back-to-back and their point amounts, but it's something that can all be made up with one really strong chicken dinner, and we've seen it happen many times before. Dope is just playing this up and down game on this leaderboard, trying to maintain themselves in that top 8 side of things. Panthers keep falling down, and we do need to remember, like, we're hyping up the top 5, obviously, because that's important, but there's still prize pool on the line for the different placement spots as well. So it factors into a lot.
Did you guys see that jump, though? Did you guys see
I did. I was about to say, Korean barbecue lovers jumping up to 8th place is a nice thing to talk about as well. But you know what? Keep it on your mind as we go into the game.
Into Sandhawk we go. A new challenger has arrived. I'm so glad the desk picked up on it, because for me, when I saw KBL on the first page, it's like, oh, we got someone else now trying to take that top 5. We saw it was Dope yesterday. KBL nowhere to be seen. Now KBL stepping up. Now they're in that first page trying to take that top 5. But Star Gaming and Execute tied for 2nd and 3rd. You know, I didn't think Execute, you know, based on league performance, would be a question of like 2nd place. Star Gaming, maybe, because they played pretty consistent one week. But now into the finals, man, everything is changing. Nova still in a good spot. Like the desk said, they have a little bit of a point lead between 4th and 5th. But it's like, man, you just don't know. We still have an entire day left. We have this match plus one more. A lot can change every single match. So that is a total of like, what, 8 games or something? The leaderboard could look completely different.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, even today we pointed out, like, the first game, KBL like came in with a totally different attitude. Like, everything's changing, and Nova takes out a member of TC. So just the action and the differences on the board it's just never ending. It's not going to stop until the very end, it feels like, right? So it's kind of nice to see, right? Because these teams, they all got to this level for a reason. I like to see this kind of back and forth, or really fighting for that top spot, and it's interesting to see, of course.
Nova's like min-maxing every potential thing possible on Sandhawk. They're no longer dropping Insami at all. They're spreading out so much right now to take those potential like 2v1s that we just saw. Like, I mean, they do VOD reviews. We've seen Sandhawk so many times. They know TC's kind of split, and they just did a quick 2v1, picked up a point, and now they're condensing back in to loot everything. It makes sense, right? Why loot Sami if no one's going to be in Sami? If you're going to be just in the blue zone either way, why not loot as much as you can on the outskirts and then hit Sami later? So, I mean, Nova's doing everything they can in Sandhawk to get as many points as possible. HQA and Execute continuing to slug it out. This time, not on top of the mountain, but Fate somehow gets caught by himself here down in the low ground against 3 members of HQA. These two teams also have somewhat of a vendetta against each other when it comes to Sandhawk.
Yeah, something's slowly been developing. I was actually going to say, another thing is that Nova taking out that member of TC early on, they've been kind of being held by TC out of like getting up to the northern side. Like, we've seen them fight like beside that bridge how many times now? So them deciding to do that might make that fight later on a little bit better for them. But also the first circle did reveal itself, and it doesn't really look like it's going in that direction anyway. But since that's kind of been like the trend of these circles so far, like to the west, especially the northwest, I think that would have been huge for them if they would have had to make that rotation up there later on anyway, right?
Mm-hmm. The KBL also picked up a point on the Panthers with like a pre-2-minute rotation out of Painan. The Panthers did like a split drop, right? And it wasn't even 2 minutes, and KBL moved out and just quickly rushed down to the Panthers player, maybe for a really good position, which you'll see shortly on the map as Star Gaming now fighting with HGA. Faker goes down. Brian, he's got a 1v2 to do. He could get the first one here as he has the advantage, but yes, lit up a little bit too much, and I think the second player behind Crystal Pig helping out with that one. Star Gaming with a really huge game previous. We saw they were tied for second pretty much, losing one player early on. Could be worse. WALLSTREETBETS, okay, there's a lot of fighting going on, Span.
Oh, yeah, there is. And this fight is a little bit weird, too, because I guess it's not as weird for Ace. Ace has 3 people here, and they have their last member in Charlie. But for WALLSTREETBETS, the entire rest of the team is in Kampong. So that's an unfortunate reality with that 2-2 split that they had decided to take.
I think that's a fast rotation they usually never do, and they didn't have the info, maybe through VOD reviews, through whatever, that Ace of Spades would already be up there. So a big little slip up for WALLSTREETBETS, which is one of the teams that still has potential, right, to make that top 5. So that's going to hurt them a lot. We're back to a very familiar scene here. Knights on the hill, back-to-back playing this compound. We know what happened last time when the Knights wanted to take the compound when they deemed fit. So back-to-back, it's almost like scary to say. Like back-to-back is like at the mercy of the Knights, and the Knights could take that really good spot when they want to. But for now, Knights are just fine letting them survive for now.
I was going to say, at least this time they have Polo, but they don't have J7, actually. They are still... They back-to-back went back to a split that we're used to them seeing. J7 is on that western island instead of on that mainland. So they're still doing something a little bit different than even the last couple of Sandhawks that they've been playing. So I think that's interesting to kind of see as well. Everything otherwise seems pretty similar. Like we got the Knights up on top of the hill, one person left inside boot camp, Star Gaming starting to make their rotation into boot camp. Like all of that otherwise in that area is still going according to plan.
Yeah, pretty much just like the previous game of Sandhawk. Few minor differences, a lot more early game aggression. Star Gaming lost a player this time around, so they're going to be going into boot camp with only 3. Knights doing the same exact thing. They are leaving 1 player inside boot camp with 2 on the hill. This time, of course, in a different building. You can't use the same exact spot, but the methodology is there, right? Leave 1 in boot camp, hiding in somewhere, get a surprise knock, a finish, or pincer them in when they don't clear it effectively. But for now, it depends on where their second circle goes, because that's going to change a lot of things from the previous Sandhawk game into this one.
Yeah, right now there's a little bit too many land masses to choose from, all 3 of them still being inside this first zone. So this next one might shed some light on where these teams want to start focusing on going, and it's going to decide to pull down to the southern side. That's kind of what I was feeling, and that's why I think a lot of these teams decided to stay down here. But now they just have to continue to fill in the places that they're the most competent in, especially because that river running straight down the center is still kind of like that barrier to getting on either side of the zone currently.
And it looks like the Knights are deeming it fit to take that compound, and yep, J7 goes down. It's almost like a movie, right? Like what's gonna happen, and it just happens. And I want to kind of blame back-to-back a little bit, but it's it's the Knights, right? It's like if they want something to happen, they're gonna make it happen their way. Even if back-to-back knows 100% what's gonna happen, they can't stop it. And here comes the push, 4v3. Good luck to back-to-back. It looks like they're gonna try and just run and dip.
Whoa, Yeah, Polo's trying to get away, but Kill
Okay,
Switch
there
actually
we
gets a
go.
knock and a Coops there. Okay, that's a good start for back-to-back in this situation. His other two teammates, though, backed up to the compound across the street. Kill Switch is still has to deal with Tenza and Xenox first. It looks like he doesn't have any utility or something to try and make that res stop from happening so far, too, but the smokes are definitely coming out, and Tenza's trying to apply that pressure so this res can happen.
Even with such a good knock, you see the way they can't do anything off of it. Kill Switch, I think it was Polo already backed off, so they can't support to keep the pressure on. They already fell back across the road, just like giving more and more control to the Knights, even though Kill Switch had a great, amazing knock. Of course, KBL also coming in third party, the backside, and Spec always in a great off angle. I think that Spec's kind of niche role on the team. Everybody on the team could play the off angle though, because they're all very smart with the positioning. But we see Spec more often than not getting that opening from a different angle. And now back to back down to 2.
Oh boy, and Polo's starting to back on out of there. Enigma goes down from Spec, but here we go, KBL getting the knock on to Spec back. So KBL kind of coming in here is putting a wrench in things for the side of the Knights, and back-to-back tried getting away, but Joey's gonna shut that down. Like, back-to-back is completely out of this match, and ooh, Spec might be taken down shortly too, since he's out in the open here. But okay, nice trade back from Tenza actually. It still is only 2 members of the Knights left up here. They have to start focusing on getting these reses, as KBL is currently distracted too. Oh, but they're up on top of the hill.
That crossfire is
yeah,
nasty.
Spec's out, bro.
Yes, that setup by KBL just absolutely nasty. But even as nasty as that setup is, Knights will lose 1 player. Like, they could get completely wiped. We might see KBL even push this. Zone, of course, is further to the south. If KBL wants to prioritize a really strong spot in the zone, they have free access to it. It's almost like making it to the wall, but we know he can't make that cross. We saw the angle that Tenso was trying to save Spec with, immediately shot in the back. Knights will pick up 3 points, lose 1 player, still not terrible by any means.
But now they're kind of stuck in this compound for now with all of KBL surrounding them. So we'll see what the Knights kind of cook up moving forward from this situation. Who even knows? KBL, honestly, the longer they stay here, the longer that they're 2 of them at least are kind of in the open, I'd say, especially with this big of a circle. Like, so many people can kind of set eyes on them. They're probably gonna, unless KBL is aggressive onto the Knights, basically, I feel like KBL is going to back off.
I think Knights are just gonna wait it out, and they're gonna just assume with good. Oh, never mind. I don't think KBL is gonna move too far away. I thought the circle was gonna go somewhere like southeast, but it goes back to the west and a little bit almost you can argue north. So KBL is gonna stay there. They might actually back off into Painan though. It'll give the Knights a little bit of a breathing space, but Knights still in a good position. A lot of option plays right there from that compound. Now we're taking a look at the eastern side of the map, right, where all the teams lost the zone. APHELION right here, MEZEXIS, got 19 ESPORTS, Ace, Dope, all the way in the blue still. WALLSTREETBETS in the blue, looting for beds. Like, it is a lot of teams got to make their trek in as APHELION picking up another good point.
Yeah, there's just so many people up here. Jeez. APHELION and MEZEXIS. This is definitely going to be the next big fight here. I like to see APHELION trying to use that vehicle movement to kind of get more information ahead quickly and kind of back on up as safe as possible. And okay, looks like they spotted somebody out, and they're going to go and confirm that elimination with the vehicle. There's still a couple members of MEZEXIS left, though, that they have to try and identify. And now MEZEXIS, they aren't going to try and fall for that car anymore, because here comes the rest of them. Trick running right on up to Remix. That little bush there providing him so much cover. He does in fact get traded, and yeah, here tries his best, gets another knock, but that will be MEZEXIS out in the end. APHELION should be able to get these reses on both of their players, and then they can continue forward. In front of them, though, they have a lot more fighting to go, basically. The Panthers are the next obstacle.
I was going to say, I feel like he should have just went for the hard thirst, but with MEZEXIS being so far behind, you kind of have to make the hero play, right? Get the first knock, get the second, make a huge play. That was definitely a free point, and they were definitely going to lose that, or more than likely lose that. So I think that's the decision making that they had. Don't go for the point. Try and make a hero play. I respect it. Star Gaming coming in on the northern side with 3 players. They lost one very early to HQA. Still making things happen for themselves though, as they pick up 2 quick points onto the hit list.
Yeah, their spot once again not too bad. I mean, them pushing up from the southern side of boot camp, it's gonna get them that big hill that usually provides so much information. Just a good spot in general for people to push up on. It does look like a lot of people honestly do use this mountain as a rotation point though. That's why it's also very active. And start gaming because of that. They're kind of having to sit here and wait. Like there's yet another team beside them as they're taking this fight with the hit list.
Oh, that is just desperate at that point. But I mean, you're down to 2. You got some smokes down. May as well go for it. Not much you could do with only 2 players up. Arsh will get revived, however, as HQA coming in, driving right by one player getting launched out of the car. I think he's okay. Didn't take too much fall damage. And that is Star Gaming getting just aggressively pushed by HQA. HQA showing Star Gaming how it's done. That nade, that car over the top, flying just over the head of Huayuya, and Star Gaming down to 1 player. And that 1 player, yeah, Nesquik over here wasn't a great spot to defend if it wasn't, you know, HQA just driving straight into the rest of the team with the vehicle. So Nesquik, you can't do much about the rest of his team now because they are out of there.
Yeah, he's just gonna try and lay low for as long as possible, let HQA kind of reap the spoils of their eliminations there, and then move on. And then Nesquik is probably gonna try and make some sort of rotation because look at that zone. Decide to continue to go to the west. Like I said, that is the trend for today. The Chosen is not gonna be upset about that. They're the team furthest to the west, and next up is Nova. Other than those 2 teams, everybody else has to make a move into this because nobody else is touching this zone at all.
Yeah, the Knights, this is going to be difficult for the Knights, the HITLIST, the Panthers, APHELION Esports even. APHELION does have 4 up though with vehicles, and they're so far away that they can make some kind of smooth, you know, IQ, 200 IQ rotation using the blue zone and the edge of the zone. As for teams that are a bit further in, they're definitely caught in a trigger spot surrounded by multiple teams like 19 Esports, right? They're closer to the zone, but they can't really back up and rotate all the way around. And yeah, KBL right now moving out of Pinon onto the hilltop. This is really good for them. They just gotta make sure no one backstabs them, and they'll have full control of the mountain top.
Yeah, Nova's going to be right underneath them. We can see Ace in the distance as well. You already pointed out 19E and APHELION. They're starting to get in a fight. 19 Esports, they're just trying to wait for Ace to get further away, it seems. But APHELION either make their rotation, they decide to go straight into them. The rest of 19 Esports getting away so far. They tried going for that bridge, but it actually seems like maybe... did they get it? Are they going further? But APHELION definitely trying to grab up the rest of the vehicles so that they continue on forward. 19 Esports does find a spot across the water. This could be a good spot for them to hold out the rest of APHELION after taking out a couple of their members. But that's still not inside zone, so they still got to move eventually. I think they're trying to focus on those eliminations or hold out potentially.
KBL right now pushing aggressively onto, oh, not too aggressively. They gotta worry about their flanks as who will have the most eliminations. Nova, great position with 4 players up. They very well might get it. I know 7 just loves the Knights because the Knights have the most difficult rotation to make, but they have 3. Hey, they already picked up a few eliminations, so that might just happen for them. And here we are, the Knights, trying to get some eliminations right now onto Execute. Execute lost one very early, so it will be an even 3v3. But there's a third-party potential with the hit list behind both of these teams.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Coops just waiting patiently behind this rock, though. He knows that Execute might be having to push up sooner rather than later. Here we go. Ten's actually making a huge push forward with that DBS. Gets a knock into 1. There is only that 1 member left for Execute behind that crate, and Coops will be able to spot him up, clean that up, and that means Execute is, well, executed. That's not over for Knights, though, because beside them is one last member of the hit list, and actually HQA. HQA was doing, I think, a good amount of damage towards that last member of the hit list. Somebody was, maybe it was even KBL, but all of HQA is there and the zone goes to them. Like, that's definitely the next kind of issue that they're going to be running into. A lot of teams are just eliminated in this last circle too.
How did the Knights cross the bridge in the open, go up a hill with a team defending it, with teams behind and players behind the Knights, and not lose anyone?
Yo, I don't know.
Shit, yeah. The circle goes up to the north, close to the Knights. Everyone else got to make a move. Nova, with 4 players up, pretty much this is what happens when you don't put out pressure control like the way Knights do. You just allow everyone to get around you, and you have such a difficult time to move out. So Nova, even though they had 4, they're forced to play split up as solos right now.
I love what KBL is doing right now. They just have this entire hill for themselves, chasing down these couple members of Nova that are so split, as you were just talking about. Nobody is going to mess with them just yet, but shortly, actually, the Knights might, because the Knights are finishing up at least one of the members of the hit list up on the northern side, and their options are make a rotation into HQA or towards KBL. Rin, on fire, gets taken out. APHELION is eliminated here as well, and KBL, that means they get to start focusing on other people. Dope and TC are also find themselves in the same compound on the southern side here, and this is what happens when people are trying to make rotations from the same location. Looks like one of the members of TC goes down, and Dope is just trying to push through and clean the rest up so they can actually cross to the zone.
Yeah, help. What? He just hopped out the window, like, right next to you. Maybe a little bit of a sound defect there. He should have been ready to take down that player, but luckily for the Chosen, they at least had the preemptive idea to put a player in the zone, with the rest stalling and holding players out. So TC will still stay alive with 1. It could have been a little bit better as the blue zone finishes off sub pick there. Knights down to just 1 player now. Coops is out, very unlikely revivable. Yep. And it's all down to Xenox, and the zone shifts away from them. Xenox right now should get taken out. Yep. KBL looking at the grass, looking closely. We got 2 4-man teams. We got HQA and KBL right now. Just as I say that, HQA will go down to a 3-man team.
I was going to say, this is definitely the last 2 teams I feel like that are going to be taking this chicken dinner. And HQA starting off with a knock out of them, like, it's not going to be looking good. Looks like they are retaliating, though. Oh, not even HQA doing the retaliation. It's Ace, these last 2 members that have found themselves inside of these center little shacks here. They're able to put down a good amount of damage into KBL just using utility. It's only 2 of them. They do actually have 3 alive, but there's only 2 in this circle. Now, unfortunately, kind of in the center of things.
Yeah, pressured from HQA and KBL, and they're only a 2-man team against 2 4-man teams. We'll see what Versa can do here, getting the ankles right there. That's a good knock. Just switch weapons. Oh, going for that full reload was a little risky. Gets traded. Where's the follow-up? Where's the second play? Oh, he got knocked. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, like,
Jeez.
Versa did a really good job stalling so much and doing so much damage. I was expecting a trade-up, but perfect time, right, for HQA to third party this.
That nade.
Yeah, really good positioning by HQA to set things up, and the nade was even better. I think we're just down to med stratting now. HQA is going to be the victor of this Sandhawk match.
Wow, and they have 12 eliminations. That is insane. Honestly, I mean, they're having to make rotations up on the northern side of the zone for the longest time. I'm not quite surprised to see that, but for a moment there, I was getting nervous on their behalf on whether or not that they were going to take these wins, but they somehow were able to turn it around back into their favor. So that's a well-deserved chicken. And yeah, now we're just waiting to see who's going to be getting that 3rd and 2nd place.
Yeah, Nova's not here, that's for sure.
That's true.
Yeah, I think it almost hurt Nova that the zone shifted onto them so many times. They didn't get a chance to group up to pass off the first aids. It shifted onto them in a way where they kind of hesitated for a second, and then everyone was surrounded, and they couldn't pass all the meds off to their med stratter. So, poor game from Nova. Great game, though, from KBO. We were just talking. They made front page. A new challenger has arrived. And I think KBO did really good this game to, you know, get themselves closer to the top 5. HQA, I'm curious to see where this puts them on the overall leaderboards. They definitely need as many points as they can. So we'll see very shortly. Ace of Spades, I think they were last place. TC was in the 2nd page of things. This might put them closer to the 1st page, but I don't think it's a big enough performance, even if they get 2nd, to get up there. Unless if, okay, he gets caught. HQA will pick up one more
Yeah.
point right there. So good win for HQA.
Wow, there were so many teams there that were just pushing and fighting that entire time. HQA, KBL, like, honestly, it was just those two teams I feel like that we just kept seeing taking just huge fights every single moment. But we're going to toss it over to highlights, kind of see that again, and then we still do have one more match left. So over to the desk after this.
Wow. Look at this. I love this coming back straight towards this. Seven, you were scrolling through Twitter and you made the production team aware of this. Why don't you break it down for us?
I'm telling y'all, you use that hashtag PMPL, we're gonna see it. Knights updates, the official Knights updates Twitter. Tweeted this out as predicted. Nova ESPORTS team chicken out and MEZEXIS while we stood alone and waiting for another free win for the back-to-back. By the way, this was earlier in the first two matches on the first Sandhawk. Fans must love this style of action. Win or lose, we will entertain the fans.
Spicy.
Hashtag PMPL. Remember I was telling you there's a rivalry, like a real rivalry, not like a, oh no, we don't like each other. No, they're for real. And I'm for it. I'm all here for it, Jukes.
Bro, they're for real, for real. That right there, if there was no line in the sand drawn, it is drawn now. I mean, man, hey, what can I say? Can you really blame them at this point? I mean, they are putting up crazy performances regardless. This Sandhawk may not have been that one, but man, we have just seen nothing but a battle between these two teams. So take a look at the match ranking here, 7. And now in this particular Sandhawk, it was HQA that gets that chicken dinner with the baker's dozen.
It was a bunch of teams. I mean, we said this earlier too. Like the top teams aren't really stepping up in a crazy way, so they're giving some of these other teams a chance to kind of pop up. HQA 28 points, 13 elims to themselves. Like we're gonna be talking about that a little bit later on. But the Chosen 4 elims, the 12 place points, 16 total. Ace of Spades 2, 16 points. Korean Barbecue Lovers continuing on their great day with the 15 points. APHELION Esports there with 9, and then we get, oh, by the way, WALLSTREETBETS. Nice. Placement points only. I'll take it. We really haven't seen you guys in a minute, so it's good to see that you're still alive. Knights there with the 7 points, and I want to see that second page, okay? Because we're starting to see a trend here, and I think this is why Nova got called out. Nova didn't secure the second spot, and they only ended up with just 3 points, Glitter.
Unlucky. That is not what they would have liked. A couple squads on here probably not happy with that. I mean, Execute, Star, Panthers, back-to-back, all under them on this apparently very crazy Sandhawk match that we just had to go through. And to be fair, you kind of glazed over, but APHELION Esports, out of those 9 points, 8 of them were elims. So that's some really successful aggression coming out of them. A nice little turnaround in their performance that we've seen as well. So this was probably a very interesting match when it comes to how those points will affect the standings, Jukes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these standings are starting to get scarier and scarier here as this tournament goes on. We got one match left today, Glitter. As we take a look here at the top damage, I got to ask you the question, right? We have to talk about our back-to-back champions. They are the back-to-back PMPL champs. Are we going to see them show up? Because I think they have to do it in this next game, right?
Yeah, it's going to be real rough if they want to have any sort of success. I mean, to be fair, I was wondering who would be the squad to take advantage of the Knights and Nova not having a huge game this time, because every time they don't do well, teams are able to close that point gap. And HQA absolutely crushed it. I mean, over 2k damage, 13 elims, and they needed it, okay? They needed those points.
Yeah.
So does Korean Barbecue Lovers. 9 elims and almost 2k damage for them. I mean, this is some really, really solid gameplay out of the squads that need the points. And like I said, 8 elims and over 1,300 damage on APHELION Esports. Everyone that keeps doing this is just really trying to solidify themselves, whether that is in a better position for more money or trying to get into that top 5.
Yeah, for some of these teams, I mean, we've been mentioning it. You just got to put yourself in a position where at the end, tomorrow, you can strive towards those top 5. And a lot of teams right now, they're definitely putting themselves in that position.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are. I mean, at the same time, this door has been opened, and they're going to walk through it if you give them the chance. I mean, all these squads have earned their right to be here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League North American Finals here. This is a big time. If you give them that opening, they're going to take it. They're going to take it for sure. And one team, it's got to be APHELION Esports 7, right? We saw what they could do in Phase 1 of League Stage. And now we are starting to see a little bit of a step up here, finally, right, in day 2 of the finals.
Yeah, APHELION has done well. Another team that has done better, though, especially in this last match, has been HQA. Lubu being able to get 839 damage. Only... That's wild, actually.
Wait,
only
yeah.
23 damage received, 6 eliminations to his name. Is that real? That is the lowest amount of damage received that I've seen with somebody being able to get over 5 elims. Congratulations to you, Lubu. Keep positioning yourself that way. And then we have none other than Shiwang there at the end with 119 damage, 1 elim. Everybody stepped it up. And the best part, too, is that, yes, there were blessed by the zone, but they backed off anybody that actually came towards them. They showed them what they got. And for HQA, I mean, if there was ever a time to do that here before day 2 ends with 1 match left, that would have been the time, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, man. HQA getting it done right here and now. It was needed. Back-to-back needs it here this next one. So many of these teams need to get it done in this next one, Glitter. And I think in order to be able to really find out exactly how many points they need, I think we've got to take a look at them overall leaderboards. What do you think?
I mean, we'll take a quick gander, okay? Because they're going to change one more time. But like you said, after this final match, but they do matter. Obviously, we still have our top looking very, very similar. Korean Barbecue Lovers, though, continuing their climb and closing the gap on the squads above them. That's huge, okay? It's going to be massive. Back-to-back is going to have some serious work that they have to put in if they want to. Because, I mean, at this point, it's almost 100 points away from Knights. I'm going to say that's a hard no, that's not going to happen for the 3 time at this. I'm just going to put it out there, all right? I'm officially doing Korean Barbecue Lovers, though, is getting dangerously close to that top 5.
Oh, yeah.
I know that they love that 7 with that bubble.
100%. Now, from 5th place from APHELION Esports, okay, I want to go to that 2nd page because all the way down to 13th place, they're just all these teams are separated by just 33 points. We have seen some teams that never got in this before being able to actually get that in just 1 match. I'm loving that some of these other teams aren't stepping up because it's giving some of these chances, Dope, ESPORTS, MEZEXIS, all of those other teams, a chance to actually make that gap non-existent.
7.
And,
well, you know what? I'll tell you what. This next game is getting started. We're going to go ahead and get onto it. Let's go.
All right. Into the last match we go, Span. Match number 6 of the day. It feels like it's like match number 3 with just how fast-paced the action is. The leaderboard's constantly switching up, right? We see KBL getting closer and closer, and the Chosen actually is now in the front page. So that second place out of the Chosen on Sandhawk is really helping out, doing a little bit of a Nova strategy right there. But we still got this game and 6 more games. It's crazy to think that with 2 days done, you think something would be very solidified, but not even close. If anything, things are just getting trickier and trickier as far as who's going to make that top 5. I know the Knights are number 1 for sure.
Yeah.
But everyone, oh, actually, if the Knights have a really bad day, they could drop out of number 1. But the Knights aren't gonna, that's not gonna happen with the Knights. But for everyone else, it could still get easily switched up between this last game and the final day tomorrow.
Exactly. Like this entire time we were talking about at the beginning, like I'm a little bit surprised that there hasn't been like shelves in the points, but now that I feel like there's finally one, and that is the Knights up there in that first place position. But everything else, like second, third, fourth, fifth, kind of being up in the air, that just obviously makes things a lot more interesting, especially since it's like a bunch of teams that keep like flipping around. Korean barbecue lovers, like 2 games ago, were in like 9th place, right? And now they're in 6th. Like it's kind of crazy that these guys are now so close to getting into that top 5 that they're currently searching for. Like it's entirely doable, and it's not just them that have been doing it as well. And the trend continues, Ute. West is best apparently for these maps.
Yeah, West is best. Another like point thing I want to point out was before that last game, we were saying like there is a small little gap. We mentioned it very briefly, but it stuck out in my head because there was this like 20-point gap between 5th and 4th. Nova was sitting in 4th. I do believe APHELION was in 5th. That little small point gap just got narrowed down a little bit more. So all of a sudden, after one game, that little safety cushion is gone. So like I'm not even calling out Nova here. I'm just saying 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, everything. It could easily change so quickly. Koops using that pump shotgun, shooting it quite quickly actually. I knew they buffed it, but that is still pretty fast fire rate for the pump shotgun.
They should be shooting it backwards, make them go faster, kind of like a turbo boost forward. No, I'm just no, but I was actually a little bit surprised by that too with that buff there. Just showing why there are some other people that use shotguns as their secondary weapon, right? So
yeah, I absolutely love the buff. It used to be just only the UMP, maybe someone a rock Tommy gun, and the shotguns were like never used. And as infuriating as it is to get shotgunned, I feel like you still got to hit the shots with a shotgun, right? It still requires really good, quick tracking and quick reactions. So the buff to shotguns, I think it makes it pretty decently competitively viable where not everyone's going to be complaining about it, right? I don't think the shotgun's OP. The shotgun is just now viable, just like the UMP is viable. Which one are you more comfortable with? Hitting the shot on your first hit or shot, or you feel a little more comfortable spraying a little bit with the UMP, right? So I think they're pretty even. It just depends on play style.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. It's always nice to see when something changes to make. It's kind of it's boring when there's a meta, right? Like everybody's gonna be using the same weapon, like and if somebody doesn't have that weapon and they get in a fight, then it's just obvious that if they lose, it's because they don't have that meta. Yeah. And so like kind of seeing those changes come through, it's always nice to see because that just increases the it just increases the amount of differences, diversity, I guess, in the weapons or how these guys are gonna be playing it. So it's always nice to see something else come into play.
I was speaking about changes, right? I would love to see DMRs get a buff, where it's like it's either it gets like all DMRs, right, get a bigger damage increase or lower the recoil a bit, right? Because I don't think DMRs rarely get used. And then on top of that, something with the M4 needs to be nerfed. Right? I don't even think they should buff other ARs. I just think the M4, at this point, players have mastered it so ridiculously well, where it's like, hey, let's nerf it a little bit, and then when we see someone spray 300 meters, it's like, oh, That took a little bit of skill. That was a good spray.
Mm-hmm. Now that'd be pretty sick. Cause I mean that's what all these players are looking for is which gun is the meta gun, which gun will be the most useful, which one's gonna be the best for us to get forward. And I mean it's just what everybody should be looking for, honestly. So that being a thing, like with the changes of guns, just make it all of that like discovery happen once again. And okay, it looks like we have 2 teams going for the top of Everest immediately this time. Well, APHELION going a little bit too far for comfort. Flash is going to be able to just step up and take him down like that. I can see why wanting to get up here early on might be wanted for people since since all the circles have been ending up here, but that was a little bit too aggressive for my liking, I think.
That was a clear-cut, I will have to say it, tier 2 mistake, right? He had someone covering him. So you pull up to the ridge and then you TPP over. You don't skip past that ridge side to the unknown, right? So just a little bit, impatientness, like, I get it sometimes, like, oh, no one's here, no one's shooting. There's no way someone's right here at this ridge. I'll just drive a little bit over this other side, and then mistakes like that happen, Just take your extra 5 seconds, stop with the teammate covering, and then you could clear it out and TPP peek over. That would have been a good save for APHELION. And I'm being critical because APHELION right now has had a huge comeback into the top 5, and they cannot be making any mistakes, especially very simple ones like that, because it really hurts their chances of securing it. But they're taking a fight with Ace of Spades now, and it's looking like they're in a good position. They're down a person for sure, but I think they have the positional advantage to maybe pick up a few points here.
I think that's exactly why Nate actually swam across the water to get to this side. They had gotten the knock as they drove by, and now he swam to try and take advantage of it. The res did come through already onto Blinky. Unfortunately, those nades not quite getting close enough. And oh, okay. The Knights trying to get involved as well up here on the northern side. This compound, you've mentioned numerous times that they like it, but APHELION, they weren't expecting that at all. Needless to say, Xenox, I don't think there's any chance of him getting back up.
If he can survive these mollies, the Knights will do everything they can. Yeah, no. Xenox is getting back.
Wow, nice.
Yeah. I mean, that's just how the Knights play. We saw in the previous match, right? Spec went down to KBL, and the second they got a knock, it was only 2 up. Tenso would run wide out into the open to try and get Spec up. Like, the Knights, that is the definition of teamwork. Like, they will do everything they can because they trust in each other's capabilities. So really good save for the Knights, but it's not done yet. APHELION Esports is still fighting with Ace of Spades, and I think the Knights at the end of this fight are going to be the ones to walk away with the most amount of points.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look, they're already on their way over. Spec with even just that spray right there. APHELION Esports is eliminated, and they spotted out Ace of Spades here. They're going to take them all. I'm not surprised in the least.
Yeah, look at that. I just saw that one player of Ace of Spades. Like, we are out of here. Oh, he's coming back to maybe pick up his teammates, and then they're getting out of there as soon as possible.
And they get knocked.
But, yeah, oh my gosh, Spec, man. Just so disgusting. Yeah, coming back for your teammates there, I get it. You guys are a team. But when you see the Knights in the elimination feed and they're the ones next to you, that is when you just be like, every man for yourself. I'm not coming back. And let's see if Mambe can make it out. I kind of doubt Mambe is going to make it out here. Yeah, there you go. Mambe's out. The Knights pick up, well, how many points right there? 7? 7 points. Just strolling up onto the edge of zone. Like, 5 points, that is still a good amount. And as for everyone else, it doesn't even matter anymore how many points the Knights get. No one is even trying to contest them in terms of leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, that's just clear. I am a little happy. Sorry to change the subject. The zone does not go far over towards that western side, nor it goes north into the crates. It goes down a little bit. So this is a little bit different from what we've been seeing so far, kind of centering around that hill beside Pachinki for the first time in a while. And that's going to create something different for us to finally watch here. Still a lot of people, though, are starting to get grouped up next to each other, especially around that Gaka area. So I think that there still will be a couple of skirmishes, but otherwise, it's a pretty nice circle that everybody should be able to find a spot in.
Definitely. This circle is one of the easier circles in Erangel. most circles in Erangel are pretty easy, but this one, a lot of options, a lot of elevations and compounds. Teams can pick and choose right now, and the center's not very congested, to be honest, right? There's still a lot of breathing space for teams to rotate in, even if they are coming in late. We see 19E getting into a little bit of a pickle, but very good cover fire, and oh! Nasty by Gotcha. And TC has been very aggressive. They just got to the front page. So, 19 Esports actually getting more aggressive. I'm surprised the 3 members of TC didn't come help. Like, just send 1 more player here, right? Have 2 here. But they just left Gotcha all alone here, firing at 4 different people. So, I think they made a little bit of a mistake right there out of the side of the Chosen, and that's bad for them because they just broke into the first page as well after that Sandhawk game. So every little mistake is gonna hurt. The hit list and the Knights. Okay, the hit list has better positioning. They kind of have the Knights surrounded, but I'd be surprised if the Knights lose this fight.
I'm getting a little nervous there. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm getting a little nervous with this peak here. He was kind of starting to get surrounded by the hit list in this situation. One of the members of Nices goes down, being Xenox. Shara about to peek on over 2, knows that there's somebody underneath him trying to go for that res. Unfortunately, doesn't hit the first spray, but it doesn't matter because his teammate is there for that support to get yet another knock. Knights now, I believe, is it just Hoops now left down there? Yeah, and he gets spotted out. Okay, hit list.
We should award them like double points for that. Triple points. I mean, they just took down the Knights. Not a single player out of the hit list knocked. An extremely quick finish. And the Knights look like they didn't even put up a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good summary of it. I don't. There's nothing else to say about it. The hit list won that. They're still alive. Now they're the ones with the 5 points and still alive in this situation. So, yeah, I guess that's interesting. I'm also a little bit interested why the Knights decided to go up there with where this next zone had gone. I think they seriously saw people. Yeah, exactly. They seriously saw players and they wanted those eliminations, and that time it didn't work out.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. But what's gonna be crazier is this circle. Chance of Pachinki being the ending, but even if it's not, I mean, this mountaintop right dead in the center, you got those 2 huge hill peaks, which you'll get multiple teams just like creeping on up on multiple slope sides, right? It's going to get very congested, very difficult. Even if you're on the high ground, you can't get dominant control. If anything, you pick up whatever points you can, and then you just hunker down and see where the circle goes next. So we'll see what happens here. A lot of teams moving in now. We're into the 3rd circle. 50 players left and alive, a healthy amount. We even have 2 teams taking up Pachinki here, waiting to see where the next circle comes from.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see 2 teams in Pachinki already. The next place I'm expecting to see a lot of people are those hills that you already mentioned, the mountain tops. And honestly, there's still so much space inside of the zone for people to go on ahead and start setting up. It looks like WALLSTREETBETS is one of those teams that has themselves a little bit of a hill for themselves to start utilizing. Already taking a lot of shots towards the Chosen. The Chosen actually decided to go for a compound that's right in the field. Like from here, once you're in this compound, you're in this compound. There's no really leaving it to get to Pachinki because it's a huge field, and no getting up to the hill if there's somebody else there. And WALLSTREETBETS is already there, and even in the minimap, there's somebody else already in the hill right above them. So this is where they're hoping to stay for the rest of the game.
That compound does provide a access way up to the hill, though. Granted, the circle keeps centering up on the hill, where the teams on the hill get pushed from all sides, giving TC a side of their own to push from. Right? I've seen it before. It is very difficult, but there's an option play to be had for TC to push up to KBL uncontested, but the circles have to shift in a very precise way fashion.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so I mean, besides that, I mean, TC's down to 3, right? So it's like not a bad choice, not a bad position with all things considered. You know, good rotation by them. And we got everyone else coming in. Still 50 up. You called it up. There's still a lot of areas to be played. So everyone's waiting to see where the decisive 4th circle shift will be. That's when the action is really going to ramp out. And we only have a couple of seconds left before we see that shift.
Yeah, not too long to wait now at this point. You can see that there's definitely a lot more people up to the northern side. Not surprised since that's where most of the places to play are with the city and the mountains. There still are a good amount of teams down to the southern side, but since it's so much more open, you can see that they're using it to their advantage. They're so spread out, trying to gain some information. And actually, since at least Execute were driving around, they might be able to find themselves a spot inside this new zone that just popped because they're already on the move. Decides to pull over towards the western side. Pachinki isn't in it at all. Those mountains will still be something to think about. And Nova, they're actually in a compound in the very center of this zone that's pretty difficult to do anything about because it's literally just like 2 buildings in the open.
Yeah, 2 one-story buildings. This is going to let them be able to just take long-distance shots at a lot of chaos that's going to happen around them. Very low chance some team's going to be able to full send them, and even if they do, they're driving past Dope that's going to shoot at them, Wall Street Bets, so it's going to be a crash where they have multiple teams shooting at them. So Nova should be very safe there. On the southern side of things, we have Execute here. Sixless did go down. It's just down to the 3 members of Execute. They're at a decent position, a little bit isolated, but they can make things work in these fields. It does get a little bit tricky, however. A lot of teams still trying to see which position to take. The circle did only just shift, so the action has yet to fully break out.
MEZEXIS is like surrounding Execute with where they're setting up so far. Like literally all of their members are just like making a triangle around Execute's position here. It does look like they have finally settled on one little shack over here that as you can see FaZe trying to put a lot of pressure on. There we go, getting a knock into at least one. That res will definitely happen, but it looks like both these teams have committed to these little shacks. And the Panthers though, wow, they're literally right next to Execute. Have they even realized that there's people right next? I mean, surely with these smokes now the alarm bells have been set off, but somehow Chico got like right beside them.
Yeah, I think Execute was too focused on MEZEXIS. They might even think these nades are coming in from MEZEXIS. But yeah, it's a 4-man team of the Panthers soon to push Execute. They're just looking for the first opening knock now. Wall Street Bets getting pieced apart still. I feel like Wall Street Bets really missed out. There's another really strong position that would be taking shots at them on the crash if there were teams there. That's a shack north of them. But no one stopped to, you know, think to spread out or even consider that shack. You see it in the distance. That shack control probably one of the best positions that's open. And MEZEXIS is just full committing to one singular shack with 3 players. So, 2 players now. Yeah, 2 players now as one of them got taken out.
I'm surprised nobody went for that shack up just to the north because they're even like up on top of a hill, like it's higher, like you get more information from up there. There's like a little ridge bowl behind it. Yeah.
And if there was a team there, you'd definitely be getting shot by them.
Yeah.
So just a huge missed opportunity for MEZEXIS. But we'll see how they do with the 2 that's left up. Maybe they'll get circle blessed. Very low chance. So the Panthers aren't fully fighting Execute, so they're going to share for now. 2 teams that are fully fighting, though, is 19 Esports and Dope.
Yeah, that is for sure. Look at this, already starting to toss in that util, trying to cause some confusion with these smokes. And then already trying to soften them up with these nades. Oh, Illusion just jumping inside that building. That nade would have been huge if it went just a little bit further, but not quite. They're even actually not entirely focusing on it, shooting at some people further away that are probably taking some shots at these guys, because as you can see, since they didn't get a first knock immediately, it's kind of stalemating out, right? Like that pause of nobody wanting to make the first move is starting to happen because it kind of should have already happened at this point. Dope though, right beside that door right there, if he just peeks on in here, he's going to see 2 members of 19E. That nade does some damage, but doesn't quite get the knock that they were looking for. And honestly, this is terrifying. Illusion inside the building, holding an angle with that Oh, 7-7 so low! This could be what they need. Yeah, I'm sure Dope is now going to start pushing on in here.
Yeah, playing inside the building is actually a huge disadvantage. So many angles to peek in, and the players outside can move freely. So Dope is actually going to take this fight in their favor. They've got 2 so far. There's 2 more, and Baby Tang trying to do what he can from this side to support. The problem was the rest of his team didn't play to his angle, so not able to do much. Molotov to maybe stall for time, but the zone is closing, and neither team has the zone. The zone did shift up to that mountaintop with both both Hilltops and Zone. KBO has one, the HITLIST has the other.
This zone is just like whiplash, though. It is confusing me, so I'm sure it's kind of unfortunate for all these other people that started focusing on just more south of these mountains. We've seen some people move out of there, and now they just have to go on back. HQA starting to get these reses up there. That's going to be huge for them to continue to hold that up top. Back to back actually goes out from Nova, so that we were wondering if those big fights were going to start happening with Nova in the center. It looks like it had. They've cleaned up quite a few things now, and they have a good amount of eliminations already. So many people coming in from the southern side as well just opens up even more opportunity for them to get some eliminations as people try to find a new spot inside the zone. They just have to make sure that right when they're done focusing on this, that they start crossing this road before it's too late, because if the zone closes and everybody's focus is on them as now then they're trying to rotate, that's when it'll hurt them.
I just had to chuckle a little bit. Nova is like playing the duck shooting game. There's like just players from different teams and cars driving left, driving right, and he's just taking shots at all of them. And I think he's low on ammo too. If you notice, he was taking those taps, and when he did a reload, it only went up to 33 bullets. So Nova has been firing away from that compound, picking up a lot of scrap kills. But they're running low on ammo, which shouldn't matter too much because they have 4 players up, which means if the circle shifts off them, it'll just come down to maybe a close range push engagement.
Which team will win the map? Hotchuk says Dope, Seven says Nova, and Glitter says KBL. So we'll have to wait and see. This next zone is about to pop too, and it looks like it's actually going to center up right on top of Wall Street Bets. They have this little tiny little shack in there to provide them some cover as absolute chaos is happening all around them. Even up on top of this hill, as you can see here, 19 Esports starting to try and push up onto HQA because right below them is an entire other team. They need to just choose a direction to start clearing out if they're hoping to survive later into this match. HQA, though, only one person left. 19 Esports has kind of identified that they're inside of this smoke. Ooh, and there we go. Officially out now. 19 Esports can start focusing on other things. That was a fight that they needed to win.
Yeah, and 19 Esports needs to focus on execute now, because that's what's happening. The quick third-party attempt. Telly almost gets that knock. Not close enough. Execute does have 3, though, so they could decide to just pressure this and then maybe work their way into zone. But already I see Nova leaving their compound, leaving the safety of that hard cover to reach out and third-party everyone else. Great nade by Telly, getting 1. This second one should finish it as that last player from 19E down to 1 HP. Oh, he got the first aid off, but it's not done yet. Execute needs to move in zone, and Nova just with wide open arms, ready to swallow everyone whole.
Oh, for sure. It looks like, unfortunately for 19E, Rad had to leave his teammate behind as Execute is going to flush that out. And now they're going to start making this push on in. Rad taking a fight with KBL right above him, along with Nova, that all 4 of them have been able to stay up safely inside their compound, now leaving KBL, honestly, up on top of this hill. Like, this could also be a really good position for them because there are a couple of shelves just in these mountains and roads that could help them out here. We can see that they're doing something here, actually driving around, kind of trying to support their teammates or even put pressure to Execute for them not to be able to get closer to the zone.
Yeah, it's a 3-way dance, Execute, or actually 2-way, just Execute and KBL. WALLSTREETBETS and Nova, they're not going to do anything. They're just going to see whatever target opens up and they'll take shots. But Execute and KBL, they have the toughest decisions to make. Do they take a fight? Do they just try and find an edge spot in the zone and weather the storm that is Nova? And WALLSTREETBETS still alive in that shack right now.
Oh boy. Okay. Unfortunately for Execute, they're having a really hard time finding anything to play on that side of the zone. They can't even get in. It's really only Fate now up for their team, as he was the only one that was able to get far enough in. Oh no, Jason is still alive up there, but he's still not inside the zone. It's gonna be a little bit tough for him. And WALLSTREETBETS, like, honestly, they've been there for a while. Like, WALLSTREETBETS deciding to go for that shack pretty early on, like, is working out for them. They just get to wait and watch all of the fighting happen around them as the zone just continues to close.
And it closes right on top of them once again. They have pitched a tent and they are roasting some marshmallows in there. And oh, nice shots from Jason, but that's from inside the blue zone. He'll get that knock and then gets play zone. So that is Execute out. KBO could maybe get the revive onto Acer, but regardless, they're pushing into WALLSTREETBETS with a 4-man team of Nova waiting to strike. This should be Nova's game here.
I like how we've seen them get in their vehicles a couple of times. Like they've clearly been going back and forth and deciding when they should go. But now is the definitive. Okay, it's time to leave. Time to go. 3 of them now making it across. They did leave 1 person back there, but he's found himself a vehicle and starting to make their own rotation. But no way. Well, that's not good. KBL just lasering 2 of them right off the bat. I mean, the rest should come through, and they're in the zone, so they're fine for now. And KBL still has to get closer. Like, they're so far away, it's a little bit unfortunate that they can't continue to push off of that and have something happen. But Kindness actually deciding to stay back there is also good for the team, as you can see, getting that knock and flush. It looks like now KBL has decided to make their move down as they need to be because Nova has already made theirs. Now KBL has to get close to. It's WALLSTREETBETS here, to me, is kind of the wild card in this situation. Not quite sure what they're going to be doing here. Okay, some big nades coming through. Here we go. Nova. This could be a big one onto Sam behind that tree. Oh, it's so close. Sam just barely misses that damage on him. He is taking a tiny bit, though. So if Nova gets 1 more over there, this one could be it. And then Sam no longer has that position, that angle to continue to put pressure onto Nova. It looks like they finally realized we want to get rid of WALLSTREETBETS as well. They will flush out 1 of the members, but it's nice to see that John decided to push out. He's no longer inside of the shed roasting marshmallows, as you were saying, Zoo, and he's back behind there. It doesn't matter. It was like the only chance to try and stay hidden from the other people, but he does go out. Oh, but the last couple of shots, Nova just had the surrounding onto KBL, so they get that chicken.
With a chicken, most importantly. Actually, I don't think it matters anymore that Nova did better than the Knights. The point spread is way too big for Nova to target the Knights' points and try and pass them up. But they were, in 4th place, with 5th place creeping on closer. And I think Nova just gave themselves a nice padding. We're going to go to the highlights, then we're going to go back to the desk. We'll see the points, and we still got 1 more day, guys.
Baby, that's the game. Nova clutches the dub, and 7 takes the lead of the predictions here. That's what happens. I guess that's what happens. 7, how you feeling? Mark, a little about it?
See, I'm feeling good. Hey, I'm actually happy that Nova won that because
Okay.
Jukes. tell the people what you were saying earlier that you wanted us to talk about tomorrow, but now with Nova winning, they might not be able to.
Well, you know what? I will tell you about it, but first, I gotta tell you about Monster Energy. That's right, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Unleash that beast, just like the Knights have done. So this is something, a theory that I was coming up with in the back room a little earlier, was that, hey, with the whole PMGC overall ticket, at this point, the Knights have to know, and everybody out there has to know. Short of a miracle, right? They're going to PMGC. They've got that golden ticket, right? And if they do have that golden ticket, and they've got nothing to lose, they could do whatever they want with this tournament. They can say, hey, Nova, maybe we don't like your mid-strat. Maybe we don't want to deal with it tomorrow, you know? I mean, this prize pool, absolutely amazing, you know? At the same time, having to deal with Nova in Americas could be, you got to decide which was worth more. Which is worth more, which is worth the risk. And hey, I mean, that's what the advantage you get. That's the advantage you get when you are the top dogs in this tournament. Let's take a look here at the match ranking here. Because you know what? Sometimes you got to reach them ideas from outer space here. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? Seven's just proud of himself for getting this one right. 11 elims, though, to Nova. Like, where was this all day? I don't want any more yo-yo Nova. I want consistent, solid performances every single day. Hopefully that's what we get through all of day 3. Final opportunity here to really prove what they are made of. 26 total points for that chicken dinner, though. Korean barbecue lovers having an absolutely phenomenal comeback day in comparison to yesterday, though. 8 elims for them as well for a total of 20 points. That's a huge way to close out the day. They've done nothing but climb the leaderboards all day in comparison to some of these other squads who have fallen a bit here and there. HQA and HITLIST, though, both with 7 elims apiece. That's going to be a nice way to kind of close things out as well. And then everybody else in this top 8 mostly just playing for those placement points. And they probably won't shake up those overall standings too much, 7. But the second page might have some surprising squads on there. And someone that I am very sad to see on the second page for too many times now, but is the Panthers.
Yeah. Exactly. Oof. Panthers there with 3. Knights got absolutely smashed, by the way, by the HITLIST. And the casters and everybody watching did not expect that. And tomorrow's going to be interesting. Back-to-back there with 2 points. Oh, come on, back-to-back. Start gaming with just 2. APHELION ESPORTS with 1. APHELION, I really thought they were turning the page there, you know. A sub, they had some elims, they had a win, but oh man, they did not finish the day off good. And then the Chosen there with 0 points. Jukes, I'm telling you, all of these performances though are gonna put certain teams very, very close to the top 5, and a lot of teams are gonna be having a chance to get into that top 5 tomorrow, which is great. Oh man,
tomorrow's gonna be insane. Everybody out there, make sure that you mark your calendars, tell all your friends, because it's gonna be a crazy day of matches. How this whole tournament plays so far, these finals, I mean, it's literally anyone's game at this point. Anybody can go and make it into the top 5. And unfortunately, I think for teams like back-to-back, I mean, the thought of becoming the back-to-back-to-back, I think now you have to say, hey, goodbye. At this point now, it's about trying to make it into Americas, you know, and it could happen. It definitely can happen. All it takes is a good couple matches, but it really is tough when you put yourself in this position of having to quit on the last day. So, 7, I think it's about that time we take a look here at the overall leaderboards, so that we can get a true, clear image of what is going to happen tomorrow. And man, look at this. Execute, staying in 3rd place. Nova, all the way up to 2nd here, 7.
Yeah, Nova, with that performance that they just had, they didn't like the tweet, all right? They saw that tweet. They saw we talked about it. They were like, hold on a second. Let us show them what we got. And they kind of also didn't have to worry about Knights because they got, once again, smashed by the HITLIST. But nonetheless, Knights there, 217 points for them. 71 eliminations, by the way. That's so impressive from the Knights. And keep in mind, at one point, ESPORTS actually had more eliminations than they did. And then we got towards a little bit lower. Execute, Star Gaming, Korean barbecue lovers, APHELION ESPORTS. Like, this team, there's some teams here, Glitter, that stepped up in a big way, and the main one has to be Korean barbecue lovers.
Absolutely. I mean, they're in 5th place. If this
Wow.
was somehow the final day, they would have gone from dead last into the top 5, okay? Top 5, which puts them in that qualifying spot for Americas. I mean, the performance that Korean Barbecue Lovers, and it was always consistent. You know, we didn't even get an opportunity to talk about them every single game, but they did so well throughout the whole day. This has to feel good for them. Hopefully they're able to carry this momentum into tomorrow as well, because you know that everyone in 6 through 8 is going to be hot on their tails. And then you talked about this, we mentioned this throughout the day. 7, it is a 3-way
What?
tie right now. 9th, 10th, 11th, 4-way tie, including 8th. And then you also have Dope only 4 points behind that. HITLIST 1 point behind that. I mean, people are going to be battling it out tooth and nail. This is insane. And then on the flip side of that, the thing that just breaks my heart the most is the Panthers. Do you see this?
Shock.
They have
Glitter.
11 placement points. 11.
Wow.
From 5th all the way down to 13th, the gap is still only 31 points.
Crazy.
And there's a lot of teams in
Dang.
there that I know that they can close that gap within the first 2 matches of tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody currently watching, set your alarm. You don't want to miss any game tomorrow because there's going to be a lot of changes every single game.
Cannot stress that enough. I can't wait. I'm honestly just so excited, so hyped for that. You know what? Before we even get towards that, we got to talk about today's MVP, Glitter. Okay? I want you to get some ideas of who y'all think it is. Start typing in the chat. While you hear this voice, just say boom. All right, it's going to be this person. It's going to be this person. It's going to be this person. I have no idea. I mean, there's so many different players, so many different squads that performed.
I
Coops?
don't even know if this is right. I'm on the Korean Barbecue Lovers train. okay?
Yes.
I'm on Korean Barbecue Lovers
Ah.
train. But I'm torn because you talked about him earlier. 7 between Kwon, who you called out for being like a huge helper in fixing the performance of Korean
Yeah.
Barbecue Lovers, and Sam, who's just always good for Korean Barbecue Lovers.
Kwan had a good day yesterday. Hold on, let's not show yet. Kwan had a good day yesterday, but I feel like Sam needed to step up, right? Because he didn't really have one of the best days yesterday, and everybody, I mean, with the way this team
Right, but
performed,
then they smashed it today.
I'm so glad you mentioned that name. I'm gonna go with Sam.
Are we on Team Sam?
Are we on Team Sam?
Sam? Let's go all
Okay.
Team
Jukes?
Sam.
Team Sam.
All Team Sam.
Team Sam?
Let's
Team
do
Sam.
it. Well, is it going to be Sam? Let's take a look here. It's Sam!
Oh my god,
The
Glitter.
legend himself. Wow.
Theory, Glitter. Let's go.
dude, the
It's up.
damage.
Hey, you know what I'm
Are
going to
you
say?
kidding me?
I'm going to say this right now. It's about time. It's about dang time. We see Sam, the legend, back here on. Woo!
Wow.
This is why I said we didn't really get too many chances to talk about them, but they were just so quietly, insanely consistent all day. Like, that is unreal. Over 2,600 damage to Sam alone, 13 elims. I mean, that is what they need to be doing all day tomorrow. Just continue. Don't change anything from today, please.
Who was second place? If we can actually end up finding
It's
out.
got to be Quan.
Oh, it looks like it's.
Oh, Spec.
Who
Wait,
is
third?
Wait, was third?
And Quan fourth.
And
Okay.
Quan fourth. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's crazy. It's so crazy. I mean, these
Dang.
players are just going all out for their teams. Even if we don't see those crazy performances from the whole squad, you still have one of those players that just puts it on their back and just gets it done here, 7.
Yeah. Spec too? I was not expecting that. Okay, Spec.
Wow.
All right, hey, a player that I wanted to step up, definitely stepping up in the finals. And then Quan too. I mean, for him to finish in 4th place, right? It's still pretty impressive considering the performance he had yesterday. By the way, shout out to the production team. We appreciate you. Thank you for getting us those numbers.
Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and take a look to see the prediction game that we have. Remember, we are going to have some punishments at the end. This is what it's looking like right now. 7, currently in the lead, but just by a little bit. We still have tomorrow, 7. We just still have tomorrow, so don't get too cocky, okay?
Yeah.
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 Enough said. That's it
Jukes.
then. Oh my goodness.
Hear
We
me
gotta
out.
strategize tomorrow.
Hear me out.
Okay.
You want to work against 7?
I'm down. I'm down if you're down.
What's
All
that?
right, I'm down.
Sorry, what? What's up?
Nothing, 7. All right, well, guys, thank you so much for watching. Of course, who do you think is gonna win? Who do you think is gonna win this prediction game between us 3 casters? Who's gonna have to receive that punishment? Which punishment do you think we should do? Tell us all. Make sure you use the hashtag PMPLNA. I'm Hot Jukes here with the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Last day of the finals coming tomorrow. We'll see you then. See you for now.
Don't you know you gotta be one? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round.